And we're back live at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art, where we've been broadcasting since 6 a.m. Eastern Time, raising money for the amazing work that UNICEF is doing on the ground in Ukraine. They have 120 people on the ground there. We played throughout the day some of the videos that they've produced showing what they do. The work is just absolutely essential, and in this disaster and this tragedy, so much is going on in the logistics and scheduling and it's so complex, but they're there and they're doing a wonderful job and they need support. I think the Ukrainians are going to need our support long after this horrible war ends. It's going to take really decades to repair the damage that has been done in just 6 weeks, but we're going to be there for them. Now, we are in a fundraiser right now, and that's for UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine. You see on the screen the URL. If you're just tuning in on one of the 4 platforms we're on, you can also make a comment in the chat box of whatever platform, in Facebook or YouTube, and we'll put it on the screen for you. We also want to tell you that we have a $3,000 challenge, which was just given to us by a very generous Chicago and Robert Mosky, and we're going to check the status of that right now. And I see that it was a $3,000 challenge, and we are $900. We're $400, $500, almost $500 into the $3,000 challenge. And when a person makes a challenge of that size, they can tell us what they how they want it handled. And in this case, Robert said we want it matched. We want people to go to that URL, go to the QR code, and go to UNICEF's little box that they have. It takes about a minute, and that's all it takes to get on board and to make your donation. I have a wonderful guest with us now, and her name is Marta Fuoco, and she's a scientist at a federal health agency. Marta, thanks for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
So your expertise would include the, to me, almost unbelievable situation of what happened at Chernobyl. And you, because that's one of your fields of expertise, can tell us, I guess, the impact that it had on the Russian soldiers who were, I guess, ordered in to and got exposed. What happened there?
Sure. We've been reading reports that the Russian soldiers that were there were digging trenches around the radioactively contaminated areas around Chernobyl. And so that we know as the radiation settled, if you're not touching it, you're relatively okay. That dust has been settled there for many years, and so it seems like they were out digging trenches, and the radioactive dust was aerosolizing and potentially contaminating these soldiers, and these soldiers now may be ill from the exposure that they've received.
And of course, the government there would never tell us how severely injured any of them were, but it's I don't know. Everybody knows radiation is deadly. It can be deadly, and I'm surprised to hear you say that you need to touch it because it's settled into the ground. So being in Chernobyl doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be that exposed.
I think there are various levels of exposure, and if you have radioactive dust that has settled, the best thing is not to handle it, and so by digging, if what we're reading is in fact correct, if they're digging trenches, they're kicking up that dust into the air, potentially breathing it in, exposing it on their skin, and bringing it home with them, bringing it on their on their boots, on their clothes, bringing it to wherever they were, further expanding the contamination.
So this is a case of the Russian government or military inflicting damage on their own soldiers, whether they knew it or not. They must have really known it.
We don't know if they were aware of what the danger of what they were doing.
Right.
Just one impact, one environmental impact of this war.
Are there any other environmental impacts that are impacting the people of Ukraine, because the cities have been leveled, and that, there's no words to describe in human terms what that means, but does it kick up dust and all kinds of, are people suffering from respiratory ailments as well?
We don't know. Presumably, there is a lot of dust in the air, a lot of We don't know what people are being exposed to, and so that will exacerbate anyone that has lung conditions or so forth, people with asthma. It's definitely not an ideal situation for them. At this point, they have risk from a lot of different areas from the war, but this is certainly impacting them as well.
And I don't suppose you probably don't know much about this, but we've heard rumors that they might be considering chemical warfare. Have you have any insight into that?
I do not. I do not. Besides what you and I have read online.
Yeah, what we know in the newspaper. So, are there any other environmental impacts you can think of besides what's happening to the soldiers, and what might be occurring because of anything else that people might want to know about?
I mean, anything that is in ammunition, if they could be introducing lead into the soils, and anything, that is new, that is brought in. It's unfortunate. The government of Ukraine was trying really hard to, before this war, to work on air monitoring to better understand and characterize the air pollution that they were experiencing in kind of day-to-day life. And so it's really unfortunate that this war has not only put a pause and really taken them backwards in this process, but also has introduced other contaminants into the air.
Right. Are you involved in any direct way with assessing the situation in Ukraine based on your expertise and background?
I am not. Right. I am not.
When you read about it, as we all do, it just really, there's really no words left to describe the horror. As your expertise is in environmental, you can look at it in a slightly different way. We're talking with Marta Fuoco, who is with the Federal Health Agency, and talking a little bit about Chernobyl. And I noticed that the Russians kind of left rather quickly. They just abandoned it. And then it was taken back over by the Ukrainian army. But were they in danger as well from all the dust that got scared up?
I don't know what the situation is on the ground. So I couldn't say. Okay.
Well, thanks for coming by. I know you're monitoring things, as we all are, and we appreciate that. It's Marta Fuoco from a federal agency. We appreciate you coming by, and if you have anything else to add or think of anything, we're here until 11 p.m. if you want to add something. So thank you very much. We are at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. We're doing an 18-hour fund drive for what the UNICEF is doing on the ground in Ukraine. They have 120 people just in Ukraine, but they also have workers in surrounding countries. The Polish people and the Polish government have opened their borders, and hundreds of thousands, if not a million, refugees have already made it across the border, and so UNICEF is there as well. So when you go to that website, you're helping UNICEF mostly on the ground in Ukraine. Now, UNICEF is a big international organization. They have 190, they're in 190 countries, but for this particular drive, your funds are going to UNICEF in Ukraine, not going anywhere else. So we urge you to go to unicefusa.org/streaming. We have a wonderful challenge on the ground from Robert Mosky, a Chicagoan who is just stepping up to the plate, but with a little catch. He wants his $3,000 matched, and we're about $400 into it. You can help us get there as fast as possible by making a contribution. And as we said, it can be either $1 or $1,000, and we appreciate all of that. Okay, you can go to unicefusa.org/streaming, and we'll keep repeating that, even though it's on the screen. I learned from my radio days that you have to give the phone number 4 times a minute in order to be effective, and we have to kind of hammer in. But it's on the screen, and there's also the QR code. So I don't know whether Anna is with us still in Vienna, Virginia. So what we're doing is we're taking what's happening here at the Institute is being fed by magic to Vienna, Virginia, and the studios of virtual concert halls. And we're there distributing this to the platform that you're watching on right now, whether it's Facebook or YouTube or Twitch or LinkedIn. We'd love it if you would go to the little chat box on any of those platforms. Send us a message. Let us know your thoughts about what's going on in Ukraine. We'll put it on our screen, and we would love to hear from you. So please send us a message. The best message, though, is making a pledge at that website. I've done it a number of times just to test it, and it works really well. It takes about a minute. We will only get your name, and we won't get any of your email addresses or phone numbers or anything. It's all quite private. And you will get a thank you from UNICEF in about 10 seconds after you make that pledge, which is a little touch that I love because it shows that they appreciate all the funds that you're contributing. I'm going to check once more. Well, we'll wait on that. We're about $400 into a $3,000 goal challenge. And if you'd like to give us a call right now, not a call, just go to the website and we'll keep adding it up. We're here till 11 p.m. I do hope we get to the challenge before 11 p.m. And you can help us get there by using the QR code or the URL that you see. Anna, we could use a little video, but since we're not going to get it, I'm going to unmute myself there a little bit. And I think it's time for another video. We have the list. Yes, we actually, do I have it? Oh, it's over here. We have some wonderful videos that UNICEF has put together for us. We haven't really heard about the blue dots, the blue dots in Moldova, which you have no idea what a blue dot is, but you will as soon as you see this video from UNICEF. And if the boys are ready, it's, no, that's, I think it's 9. Is that the blue dot? The longer one is 9, Bill. So we'll go with, on the queue, there is somebody over there, isn't there? Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Enrique from UNICEF. I'm reporting from the Moldova-Ukraine border at the town of Palanca, where UNICEF has set up a blue dot. The blue dot provides services such as psychosocial support for the families that are coming from Ukraine. There are social workers, there are psychologists. It also provides child-friendly spaces for the children who come to be able to play and rest and have a minimum of normality in their current struggle.
Dar cel mai mult facem terapie prin joc, deja ținând cont de copil, cât de gata el este să se încadreze în activitate cu noi. Ținând cont și de vârstă, ținând cont și de în localitatea de unde vine copilul, copiii vin diferiți, emoțional diferit. Starea lor emoțională este diferită. Unii copii sunt stresați și nu se lasă de mămici, se țin de mămica și noi nu putem să intervenim, nu avem niciun drept să-l atragem din brațele mamei nici ca acum. Unii copii sunt mai descătușați, unii copii poate să vină și se așeze și doar are nevoie să deseneze, el rămâne el cu gândurile lui și colorează ceea ce el simte. Alți copii se încadrează în activități foarte ușor. Ei sunt foarte deschiși, pentru noi este foarte ușor să lucrăm cu ei pentru că noi le cunoaștem limba. Și respectiv, odată ce cunoști limba, e un pas deja spre activitatea în continuare. Părinții, cumva, starea emoțională a părinților se transmite copiilor, da? Și dacă părintele cumva apucă așa copilul și strânge la piept și zice nevoie, nu te teme, nu te teme, respectiv copilul se teme. Sunt situații când părinții atât de emoțional sunt afectați, noi mai întâi trebuie să lucrăm cu părinții cumva și apoi să trecem la copii, da? Și dacă vedem că nu putem să intervenim la moment și n-are rostul, noi îl lăsăm pur și simplu pe părinte să se liniștească, să înțeleagă, să pună picioarele pe pământ și apoi respectiv începem să... Sau invers luăm, atât timp cât părintele este emoțional dezechilibrat, noi lucrăm cu copilul și ea cumva să acomodează situația.
Și în momentul dat sunt părinți care spun, spate să vă cuprind, spate să, da, mulțumesc mult pentru acordul care ne l-ați dat, ajutor, pentru că acești părinți este important doar să stai să-l asculți. Unii părinți sunt care, da, depinde iarăși de categorii. Să înțelegem că nu toți vin aici, vin cei care au nevoie.
Well, that's those videos really take it out of you, and if you've been watching any of them, you realize the importance of the work that UNICEF is doing in Ukraine, and you realize the importance of making a pledge right now donation to UNICEF and the work they're doing in Ukraine on the ground. It's so important, and you know, we all watch the TV, and I do mostly reading about the horrors that are going on in Ukraine. It just really rips your heart out, and you sit here and you wonder, gee, what can I do? And you know, we decided to help out by putting on the stream. The Illinois Broadcasters and the Illinois Broadcast Association over in the other studio, have gone on all day long since 5 a.m. and until 11 p.m. going. The TV stations, some of the radio stations have been making pleas, and they've raised, I'll get you the exact amount, well over $100,000. And it's so unique for radio and TV stations in one state to join hands like this in a humanitarian fundraising cause. You know, broadcasters, and I was a broadcaster for my whole life, we make a pledge to the FCC that in order to get our license, we have to perform public service. Well, I don't know about other states, but in Illinois, these broadcasters are definitely performing a public service. They do all the time, but especially today, and that's greatly appreciated. So we're here. We have a challenge. This time I will check to see how we're doing on the challenge. It was a $3,000 challenge. It started at $8,500. That's how much we raised. We're now at $9,200. So Eric, help me with the math on that. That's $700, right? I don't have my pad. I missed my little pad. So that's $700 towards a $3,000 challenge, and so we're very excited about that. So we have a guest with us, and this is, let me go to the right screen. I wrote your name down. Maria Hrycelak. Maria, thank you very much for coming by. Now, Maria is with the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America Foundation. You're the president. Are you president of the whole?
I'm the president of the whole foundation, so
right.
It's national.
Right.
Not just Illinois, yes.
Now, we had a colleague of yours on earlier. Her name was, do you know who I mean?
Maria Dmitriou.
That's right.
Yeah.
And she told us the little story, but not the little story, the story of what you guys are doing. And I'm just going to ask you to repeat it because many people watching now probably weren't listening. Right. But basically, and I'll just summarize a little bit, your organization is gathering medicine and medical devices and supplies and shipping them to Ukraine. Now, that sounds, okay, we'll just put them on. How did it start?
Well, it actually started a couple days after the war. One of our president of our Illinois chapter, Dr. Gordon, decided we have to do something, so she has a medical office, and she goes, people start bringing supplies to my office. Well, that quickly got inundated in like a day. So she said, we'll go to my garage and we'll put all the things in my garage. And about 2-3 days later, there's no room in the garage either. So we were able to make a contact who allowed us to have a warehouse out in Bensonville at no cost, which is phenomenal. And we've been collecting. We started with any kind of supplies. We've kind of limited now to medication and surgical trauma things. But we have since then, and the response from the community, from the American community, has been phenomenal. The hospitals around Chicago, anywhere in Illinois, and the surrounding Indiana, Wisconsin has just been phenomenal. We've been able to, we've sent 3 full planes with 250 tons of tons.
Each plane?
No, first plane
Combined.
50,
Yeah.
second plane 100, third plane 100, and we have a 4th plane leaving May 1st. So it's really a phenomenal amount of stuff, and a lot of the supplies have come from all over the U.S. We are lucky to have people that will take trucks and go out and pick it up if somebody can't ship it, because shipping expenses are that's the highest cost, and we have been really lucky that almost everything has been donated. Everything. Planes have been donated.
Planes? Who donated the planes?
One was an anonymous donor, and then the last couple planes was something called Allo LLC, a nonprofit organization in California. And it's, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars times 4. So, right. But at this point, we are focusing on medications and surgical supplies so that we can get them quicker. We're also, besides the airplanes, we have a crew of people who fly to Poland, and they are allowed, LOT Airline has been very generous. We do pay for some of it, but they can take up to 15 suitcases. So they take the most critical medications and most critical tools, and it's there in 24 hours. So somebody will come from Ukraine to Poland, pick it up, and take it where it's needed. And that has been working out very well for us, too, because now you're able to really focus on the needs of certain hospitals and certain clinics.
And these aren't just groups of Ukrainian communities around the United States that are doing this. It's everybody.
Yes, absolutely.
Ukrainian, you know, what your affiliation is doesn't matter.
The response has been, like I said, phenomenal. We get everybody. I mean, all kinds of hospitals, all types of religions, all types of ethnic groups are helping. It's just, I think, an outpouring of when you see what's going on, you react. How can you react any other way?
Now, I want to rewind just a second. So you're with the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America.
Correct.
And by the way, that's UMANA.org. UMANA.org. And if you want to find out about an organization that started in a garage, somebody's office, and then to a garage, and then to a warehouse, and then 150 tons. I mean, it just sort of boggles the mind. But
250.
250 tons. And you say now you're kind of focusing on on medicine and trauma.
Trauma, correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boy, that's 250 tons of that stuff.
Yeah. Some of our other chapters, because UMANA has chapters all over the U.S., so some of them have sent some supplies here too, because they gathered some, but not at the amount that Illinois has done, so they kind of attached to it and helped us fill up the planes completely, so that's been very beneficial.
So let's rewind a little bit. What were you doing before February 24th? What does the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America normally do in normal times?
Well, in normal times, we are UMANA itself is a collegial organization of professionals, healthcare professionals, and we meet and do conferences and kind of network among ourselves. The foundation was formed like 25 years ago as an educational foundation. So we supported scholarships, we paid for CPR classes for the kids in camp and stuff, and we did some work with Ukraine if they worked with hospitals or doctors here. But what happened on February 26th is all of a sudden people go, we got to donate somewhere. Where can we donate? Well, the only place to donate is UMANA Foundation. So I got the board together and we kind of changed our mission a little bit to now include, because our mission is to help Ukrainians be healthy all over. Well, this is really necessary. So we are now a little more focused on the humanitarian because it's all going to Ukraine. Right. All of it is going to Ukraine.
And we're talking to Maria Hrycelak, who is the president of the National Foundation. I want to talk to you a little bit about that. I just will interrupt myself and remind you that we are in a fundraising campaign, just as your organization is, I'm sure, to send much-needed funds to Ukraine, to UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine. And so your donation to the site. There's your URL, umana.org. I'm going to go there and just to. I mean, it's almost. 250 tons of medical supplies in a few weeks.
Yeah. In 4 weeks basically.
It's just mind-boggling in a way.
We did not expect it. I mean, our aim was to obviously do as much as we could, but when we got deliveries from California, 27 pallets, 30 pallets from here, 25 pallets from here, it was just the response of the world, the U.S. and Canada, has been just phenomenal.
Yeah. So we're in a fundraiser to help UNICEF UNICEF in Ukraine. And the URL has been on the screen all day. It's not at the moment, but it is www.unicef.usa.org/ don't forget the slash, hate that word, slashing, streaming. And we have a challenge on the books, and we're on the board, on the table, and I'm going to go check to see how we're doing. There's a $3,000 challenge from a generous Chicagoan by the name of Robert Mosky. And we are going to see where we stand right now. Hope you've been calling in and pledging. So we're now at 90, let's call it 9,500. That means that we're 8,500. We're almost $1,000 into Robert's $3,000 challenge.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, 9,469.
Wow.
So that's right. We're just under just a few dollars under $1,000 into his challenge. And that's tremendous, and it's all because of you, because people can't believe what your organization is doing, and they're inspired to call.
Well, we hope so. We appreciate your work being on the ground in Ukraine. That is that's a great thing for the people there. It's a obvious help, and we're grateful to UNICEF for that.
Right. Now, when you get all these pallets of stuff, I mean, is it medicine of all kinds and insulin and things like that? And
certain medications are more easily available, others are not easily available. So insulin is one that they're short on, and some of the problem is how you transport medicine, because some medicine needs to be cold, some medicine can't be hot. So, if you go, and that's one of the things, if we get something, we can't have it sitting around for 2-3 weeks. That's why it works better to try to get it there in a day or two. But we're getting all kinds of medications, and if we aren't, what we're raising money for is have the ability to buy it if we can't get it donated. Although I have to say 95% of what we have received has been donated.
so that's medicine, but you also mentioned trauma equipment. What kind of equipment is that?
The trauma equipment, the biggest thing that we need are something called external fixators. And basically when somebody has an injury to their arm or leg, it's a metal rod that holds everything together and will allow the limb to heal. And with bombs, that's a high incidence of type of injury. So they're asking a lot for external fixators.
Are you a doctor yourself?
I am.
What's your specialty?
I'm a pediatrician.
I see.
Yeah. So, and that's an interesting thing, because as a pediatrician, I look at, of course we have to support the soldiers and the victims, and there's so many kids that are, having issues, and kids who have medical problems, and something that we take for granted in the U.S., a disease called PKU. You can buy the formula here. Well, there's no formula there now. Now, these kids are normal if they drink that formula. If they don't drink that formula, the brain changes and can lead to retardation. So it's like, okay, we get on the horn, and where do we get PKU formula, everybody? And again, the U.S. companies have been very responsive.
Yeah. There's a lot of psychological trauma, too.
Yes.
Well, we had a guest on earlier who was speaking to that, and there are 40 kids over at the St. Nicholas Catholic School right now, and I didn't really get a chance to talk to them because they're very careful about exposing the media. But we had one girl on a video who, this is being streamed to a company called Virtual Concert Halls, and they produce competitions for kids all over the world, and they're streamed live. And they, a few months ago, maybe whenever it was, in November, December, there was a young lady, I think, I can't remember her name, she's about 15, and she performed very well, she won a prize. And then a couple of weeks ago, she sent a video in from a not a bunker, what's the word, a basement. And she looked
stressed,
traumatized.
Yeah.
I mean, she looked frozen, and she was holding a guitar. And she talked about the bombs, and now she's scared, and every time she hears a noise, she gets jumpy. She's holding a guitar. She only spoke for a minute and a half. Maybe we can play it next.
Sure.
And then she said, well, now I'm going to play the national anthem. And beautiful, sensitive performance. And I could tell right away that she was a real artist, and it was very moving. So there's this, nothing much you can do about that, is there?
Well, what we're trying to do, UMANA, the national office of UMANA has established a telehealth system, and we're trying to get physicians here and social workers and psychologists to be able to talk to the people at least and do some therapy that way.
Is that right? On the telephone? So
on video.
Oh, on video, right.
Yeah.
How have you seen any of that?
I have not seen it. Our president of the actual UMANA is the one who organized it, and they are starting. So I think it's something that's really needed when you can't get to the place.
Right. Yeah. The telehealth is sort of getting bigger here, but it's good to see that it's being used to help kids. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of PTSD that's going to come out of this.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah.
I mean, and at that age, that's such a kids. I mean, anybody can get PTSD, of course, but at that age, it's tough enough being a kid when things are normal. And now you've got this where you might have lost your parents. Your house is no longer there. You're hiding somewhere here. It's just traumatizing. There's no other word for it.
Right. And you're the head of the foundation, and that's a national foundation. If it's not, if it's public information, what is the budget? What kind of funds does the foundation raise?
I'll tell you.
In a normal year?
$40,000. We're about 50 times over that now. It just people
Your
have
normal fundraising is $40,000 in a year.
Yeah.
To fund the
to fund our scholarships, our CPR, because it was not humanitarian.
Right.
So it was. But yes, our normal budget is $40,000.
And since February 24th, you've raised
about $1 million.
Wow.
Now we've given a lot away, of course. We don't have $1 million in the bank, but the response, and that's why it was like, oh my goodness, And we're a volunteer organization, and our foundation has about 3 people. And so our workload has increased, but of course it's great, and we've been able to do a lot with that.
We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go back to the studio. Can you stay around?
Sure.
Yeah, because it's so inspiring.
Thank you.
The scale of it, and I don't mean to make a big deal out of from the garage to the warehouse to the 250 tons, but it's a pretty amazing turnout, and it speaks to your organizational abilities and your outreach, but also everybody else coming in to you. So let's see if Anna is with us. I'll put her mic back on. Anybody in Virginia? And I don't know if you've been listening, Anna, but she won't be able to hear what you say unless I put head. Do you want to talk to this young lady?
I'm so impressed with the work they're doing, and yes, hello. I just want to say I was watching the entire interview, and this is so impressive how incredibly fast you were able to adapt to the situation. It's only been a few weeks, and you went from very small volunteer-based organization to moving airplanes and $1 million donations and appropriating it, being able to collect everything, get people together. I really, really herald you for this tremendous effort. Thank you so much. This is very encouraging what you're doing.
A lot of the effort goes to the Illinois chapter. There's a team of us, 5, and the work really speaks for itself, I think. Thank you very much.
It's unbelievable how such a small team, 5 people, can get so much done. It's all that energy of coming together to help people in this disastrous situation, and this is tremendous work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know, Steve, you were mentioning the musician from Ukraine. Steve, you were mentioning the musician from Ukraine, and we have that video. I think maybe we can put it up and let people see this young lady, a fantastic musician. She's a guitarist, and yes, she was on the way to making performing in the competitions, hoping to go to the summer camp, and had plans, and everything just crushed on her. And we have this pretty good message. Steve, would you like to roll it? And
okay, are you going to roll it? Well, I'm just going to add one thing. After you roll it, could you then order the string performance? Can you segue to the Toronto Strings?
Absolutely,
Okay.
happy to. Yeah. So here's Victoria Lipa.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm 15 years old from Ukraine. On 24th February, I woke up to the sound of explosions, and I immediately understood that was the beginning of the war. After that day, my life changed a lot. Every night I should have slept fully dressed and with important things on me, so that at any moment I could quickly run to the common corridor. After some time, the situation got worse, so me and my family went to another city in Ukraine, Cherkasy. It was the first day from the beginning of the war that I could sleep normally. After some more time, I went to another city in Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk. It is in western Ukraine. Here is kind of safe, but still every time I hear strange noises or sirens, I get really scared. Because of that war, my home in Kiev lost its main value, security, so I could never feel safe there. And now let me play you the national anthem of Ukraine.
Near Toronto. During my career, I had a couple of occasions to visit Ukraine. In 1994, I did a tour of Western Ukraine with the Rivne Philharmonic Chamber Orchestra, and in 2011, I conducted the Kharkiv Philharmonic Orchestra. In Rivne, during one of my rehearsals, I was given a beautiful manuscript score. It was a work by Miroslav Skorik, just titled Melody, and originally it was composed in 1982 for a Soviet war film. I fell in love with the piece immediately, and I rehearsed it with the orchestra, and we played it in all the towns that we played concerts with the Rivne Philharmonic Chamber Orchestra. Now, Ukraine is experiencing another horrible war with all its misery. On our recent concerts with Sinfonia Toronto, I have been programming works by Ukrainian composers as homage to Ukraine and in support of Ukraine. We played Mykola Lysenko's hymn, A Prayer for Ukraine, and just recently, a couple of weeks ago, we played Melody by Miroslav Skorik. Now I invite you to donate to UNICEF's Emergency Response Fund. Children of Ukraine are suffering, they're fighting for their lives and therefore future. And the emergency response teams of UNICEF are on ground now. They are in Ukraine and helping the children. Please donate now. They need your support.
And we're back at the Institute for Modern Art, the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art on Chicago Avenue. And we've been talking with Maria Hrycelak. And I just found out that you're an accomplished musician, a pianist.
Not accomplished. I took piano lessons for 7-8 years.
We heard that wonderful young lady play the guitar.
Yeah, she was fantastic. You could just feel that's an artist. You could feel her how she feels, basically. Right. You could just feel the emotion of the national anthem came through so true. You know, I got goosebumps.
15 years old. And then the piece that followed it, also a very beautiful kind of elegy, you might call it, by a Ukrainian composer. So that's been wonderful. We're talking with Maria Hrycelak, who is the president of the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. And we were talking, if you've...
The foundation.
The foundation. If you've been listening to our little discussion beforehand, you'll know what a remarkable and astounding job you've done. Just to summarize it, at the beginning of the war, you switched your mission a little bit, because the mission was to educate each other and, you know, care for the wellness of Ukrainians, I guess, in America, and, you know, do conferences and exactly like that, which is a wonderful thing. But then on February 24th, things changed. Correct. And your organization went from gathering needed medicine and particularly trauma equipment that started out in Dr. Gordon's office.
Correct.
Out through the office, you went to a garage, out through the garage. Now somebody donated a warehouse, and now to bring it up to date, you have shipped in 3 planes, 250 tons of needed medical supplies, medicine and equipment to Ukraine. That about sums that up.
Yes, and the Illinois chapter is now getting a 4th plane ready that will take off May 1st.
Right.
So.
And what I wanted to ask you, you know, the complexity of it has to be pretty staggering, because you're getting equipment in from all over the United States. Your own volunteers are going out and getting it. There's no shipping company because that's too expensive. Right. And, you know, your volunteers have trucked in 250 tons of medical equipment. Yeah. All as volunteers. You told me that before this, your budget was $40,000, so it's not like you were rolling around in dough. No. Your budget has now increased by a factor of 20, but that's all going into this effort.
Yes.
So it's quite remarkable. And your organization is UMANA.org, which stands for the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. Did I get that right?
Correct.
.org, UMANA. And I'm just sort of overwhelmed by just hearing this. It's.
I think for us, what was amazing is how to learn. I mean, we're mostly physicians, healthcare workers. We know nothing about palletizing donations, what you have to do for packing lists, what you have to do to get the things from here to a plane to Ukraine. But the Illinois chapter is very dedicated, and they learned, and they called and asked, and were able to obviously accomplish very much. So.
That's the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, and that's UMANA.org. What sort of information will people find on your website?
Well, we've got activities that we have done, meaning planes, shipping, what other chapters have done, some videos of people in Ukraine actually showing us the things have arrived. We're thrilled to get it. Thank you very much. So it's informational, I would think.
Have you been doing much else besides this? I mean, you have a practice.
I luckily am retired, but I run the practice, which is the first 3 weeks I was in a surreal phase. My phone did not stop. My nurses were like, Maria, you know, hello. And so it's gotten a little bit easier now because we're organized and we have a mission that we have set. But the first 3 weeks were horrendous.
And you have a 4th plane in the works?
Correct. Right.
And do you ship it from the, store it in the warehouse, then ship it to the airport?
Yes, that's exactly. It goes to, it's stored in the warehouse, and then it's shipped to O'Hare.
And from O'Hare it goes to Poland?
Most planes went to Poland, 1 went to Luxembourg, but 3 went to Poland, yeah.
And is there any trouble getting it from the plane, from Poland across the border?
There's always issues because Ukraine has rules. We want letters. We want this. The people have to be the correct people coming out. Our paperwork has to be correct. But we have learned the nuances, and it's working better now.
Yeah. Do you have any plans to go over on a plane?
Not right now. Not right now.
All right. And good luck on your piano. You said that you don't play much, but you were playing Mozart and Beethoven and Bach.
I was.
And you said, I played the Beethoven sonatas.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But you said that the Mozart was the more difficult.
It was, yes.
Yeah, it's surprising to people. He's kind of exposed.
Yes.
Not a lot of pedal. You can hide under. Right.
Good. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We've been speaking with Maria Hrycelak from the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America. She's the head of the foundation. You can go to her site. I know we're raising money for Ukraine, but is there any donation? Yeah. Can you donate?
Sure. You can donate at UMANA.org, and we would appreciate it. And 100% goes to helping Ukraine, aid to Ukraine. Thank you, Steve, very much. And good luck, and don't forget to donate to UNICEF.
Thank you very much. We're back, and let's see if we can get Anna up there. Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the work of that organization, the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, is it's just awe-inspiring. I've never seen anything like it. And actually, Maria, could you ask Maria not to leave? Because I think she just ask her to hold on for a second. There's one question I wanted to ask her. I want to see if she can stay around till 6 and go on CBS because she's just too remarkable to let go. She's retired, so she has time in her hands, right? All right. Okay, Anna, we're doing a fundraiser, as I don't have to tell you, and that's Anna Uspenskaya, who's with Virtual Concert Halls, and she's holding down the fort in Vienna, Virginia, and she's doing all the streaming for us and getting it on all the platforms. And Anna, I'm going to turn the mic over to you for a second because I want to speak to Maria about something.
Absolutely.
And if they'll cut my mic here, I'll have a little chat with her.
Yeah, absolutely. And this has been remarkable to hear what UMANA had been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time. And you're watching For Ukraine's Children fundraising live stream. We are raising funds for UNICEF for their emergency response to the situation in Ukraine, and everything you donate now through the URL or the QR code, which you can see right here, and let's hope we can get the URL also showing here. It's www.unicefusa.org/streaming, and everything you donate through that link goes directly to this particular mission for UNICEF teams on the ground in Ukraine, helping children in Ukraine right now. Throughout this program, we have remarkable guests, and Steve was interviewing one after another, people coming to the press room in Chicago and sharing what their organizations are doing, what they themselves are doing. We heard heart-wrenching stories, family stories. One person was showing this family treasure diary of a relative who escaped and traveled out of Ukraine in 1945 during World War II. And those stories resonated with the stories we are hearing now with the Ukrainian children and families fleeing the devastation in the country. Again, here's the URL. Please go there and help what you can help. Everything counts. Right now, we have a challenge from Robert Mosky, who donated $3,000 to the cause with the condition he's challenging you, our viewers, to match his donation. So right now, every dollar you donate is double. UNICEF receives a double of every donation which is given to us right now by the generosity of Robert Mosky, who offered a $3,000 matching fund. So please scan that QR code, which you can see, or go to the URL, which you see on the screen. And in a minute, we'll be back in Chicago streaming live from Ukrainian Institute of Modern Arts in Chicago, and we'll have Steve Robinson again interviewing people in there who came to support this cause and to help us raise funds for UNICEF. And I'm again Anna Uspinskaya with Virtual Concert Halls, and I'm in Virginia. We're the streaming production company, so we are streaming everything that's happening in Chicago, and also people joining us from all over the world with their addresses, and we're streaming it all on social media platforms and video platforms. And we had remarkable addresses sent to us by musicians, artists, organizers, and politicians, many people from around the world supporting this cause, supporting UNICEF's work in Ukraine. And most importantly, we had messages from children in Ukraine currently speaking of their experiences. We've been showing these videos, and if you're just tuning in, you will see more. And there's Ukrainian music. This program is not meant to be an entertainment, but it's meant to give you an opportunity to feel the lives of the people in Ukraine, and to decide if you can help, if you can contribute to alleviating the pain and the hurt which is happening there for children in Ukraine. And now I would like to show you a short video which was provided to us by UNICEF. And then that video, UNICEF is explaining what it is exactly their teams are doing on the ground in Ukraine, so that you understand where your money is going and what impact it's going to have on helping children in Ukraine right now. Let's roll that video. Do you have the video ready? UNICEF in Ukraine. Let's see. The blue dot. That's the video I would like to show.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the blue dot and show you what we did. A blue dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids' moms. We're passing off the blue dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the blue dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this blue dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
To collect names and addresses of individuals who can host.
Okay, we're back streaming from Chicago, and this is Steve Robinson, who's been interviewing people in Chicago in the press room of Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art in Chicago. And I believe his next guest is Lydia Tkaczuk, president of Ukrainian National Museum of Chicago. Steve, it's to you. I hope you can hear me there.
Yes, here we are, back at the Ukrainian Institute. And Anna, we have a wonderful new guest who's just come into the studio, and her name is Lydia Tkaczuk. And you are the president of the Ukrainian National Museum of Chicago. And it's a three-story museum here in Ukrainian Village in Chicago, and your normal activity is to put on exhibits and have a collection. And tell us a little bit about what you did, or what you've been doing all these years prior to February 24th.
Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about our museum. It was established in 1952 by third wave immigrants who came here in 1950. They were three gentlemen, three scholars, and they met in Chicago, and their intent was to preserve Ukrainian heritage, culture, and history. And so they wanted to establish an institution that would reflect the lives of those who had to leave their homeland due to a cruel and unjust situation. And so we've been in existence for 70 years now, and nothing has changed. We are preserving our heritage, we are promoting it, and Ukraine is at war again. So back in 1952, we were under Soviet regime, and now we are under the threat of Russia's hands.
A little bit similar to the founding of the Ukrainian Institute here, because that was an outgrowth of repression of living artists. Yes. And so this institution that we're in right now had followed a similar path. And tell us a bit about your collection.
So we have several collections. One that reflects our history. We have information about the Cossacks, the Hetmans. We have a copy of the Constitution that was written in 1710 for the Cossacks, yes, and it had the executive, judicial, and I forget what the other orders were. And then we have an ethnographic collection where we have native dress, the Ukrainian Easter eggs, Ukrainian instruments. We have a room that talks about the displaced persons camps. So these were the third wave immigrants. They mostly came from displaced persons camps after World War II. So it provides information for any visitor. Also, we have a room dedicated to the Ukrainian genocide famine, to the famine that occurred in 1932-33, Holodomor, yes, the genocide against Ukrainians. We have a collection dedicated to one of our archbishops, Andrei Sheptetsky. We have a large archival collection that talks about Ukrainians who lived in Chicago and their contributions to American society. And this collection keeps growing because as people die, their children hopefully give us their archives so that we can catalog this. We have a library, and then we have an additional room. There was an artist that was here 3 or 4 years ago, Ivan Marchuk. He's from Kyiv. He's about 86 years old, and we have 40 of his paintings. Yes, that we have not returned yet. They are still here, and actually it's good because you don't know what will happen to his collection in Kyiv. Right.
I want to talk to you in a minute about what your activities have been post February 24th, but first I want to remind our viewers and listeners, if there are any out there, that we are in a fundraising campaign for UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine. And we have raised $9,500. But when we were at the $8,500 mark, Robert Mosky, a very generous Chicagoan, called it with a $3,000 challenge. And when someone makes a challenge that big, and for us that's huge, they have the right to put a little stipulation on it, and Robert did. It's a very great stipulation. He needs to have it matched. Now, that came in at $8,500. We're at about $9,500 right now, and so we are 1/3 of the way into a $3,000 match, and we've done that rather rapidly. So if you look at the QR code on the screen, or if you look at the URL above it, and you go there right now, your funds, your donation will be doubled. And you can believe that the people at UNICEF are going to appreciate that, and they're going to need it. And I should emphasize that the funds that you give, now UNICEF is a big international organization. They operate in 190 countries. And so your funds aren't going to the big pot of UNICEF, they're going right to the UNICEF effort in Ukraine. So every bit of your funds goes to the ground in Ukraine. And we were very careful in picking UNICEF. It had to clear a few hurdles, mainly the Marta hurdle, because she had to make sure that the funds were going directly to help children in Ukraine, and they are. So we have this wonderful challenge. We were at 8,500 when it came in. We're now at 9,500, so simple math. They were 1/3 of the way into that challenge from Robert Mosky. So you see there the QR code and the URL above, and if you go there, you're going to help us chip away on that challenge, and we need to hear from you right now. If you're on Twitter, or not Twitter, if you're on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook or LinkedIn, any of those platforms, we'd also love it if you type in a comment. If you'd like to say something to us, we'll put it on the screen, and we'd love to hear from you, know where you are and what you're thinking of this whole effort, and any thoughts you have about the horrible tragedy that's unfolding in Ukraine. We can put that on the screen right now. So our guest is Lydia Tkaczuk, and you're the president of the Ukrainian National Foundation in Chicago. So you told us a little bit about the normal activity of any museum. In this case, it sounds very interesting, particularly the Holodomor room. I'm going to have to go visit that because Marta told me about it. I didn't know about that until about 3 years ago. But then February 24th, what changed for you?
Well, as I mentioned, it was our 70th, this year is our 70th anniversary, and so we were in the throes of having a fabulous gala. And we had one meeting, and that's where our fabulous planning stopped, because all of our attention was diverted to Ukraine. And so any exhibition that we have to the present time, whether it's an art exhibition, we and the artist who does the exhibition are donating money to efforts in Ukraine. And we've had 2, we're on our 3rd one now. And usually we keep the money to sustain our museum because we live on donations. However, now we are trying to give half of our proceeds to Ukraine just so we can help Ukraine.
Right. But you mentioned some other activity you're involved in that is not very museum-like, but things changed on that.
Yes, so additionally, I was asked by a friend from the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, I'm a member of that committee, and I was asked to take care of the refugees. That was sort of a general thing, and we really didn't know much about it. So basically what I do is families call the museum, or they call me directly, they send me an email. They are ready to host refugees. Oh. Now, but at this time, we don't have a pathway in the United States for refugees, for the legal sense of refugees. There are many people who have come here on a tourist visa or through other means, and they are not really refugees. However, we try to help them as well.
Yeah. I understand there are 40 not refugees, I guess, but students over at the St. Nicholas Catholic School.
Yes.
It's grown from about 8 just a few weeks ago to 40 now. And so the whatever you want to call them, the displaced people are arriving.
Undocumented people,
And you're helping.
Yes, we're helping and we're working together. So the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America and the Self-Reliance Association are working together. Actually, everyone is doing their part. St. Nicholas School is doing their part, but we're trying to work together to assist people. Well,
this is Lydia Tkaczuk, who is the president of the Ukrainian National Museum of Chicago, and we appreciate you coming by, and we wish you, Our hearts are with you and all Ukrainian people, and I know that your life has been turned upside down, not to the great extent of people in Ukraine, but nevertheless it's a disruption and you're doing your best to help, and I know everybody appreciates it, and our hearts are with you.
Thank you very much.
And we are at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art here in Ukrainian Village, which is nearby.
Yes, only a block away.
I see. I'll come and visit, particularly that one room that we talked about.
Oh, all the rooms are interesting.
Okay. And we are a challenge grant from Robert Mosky, who has given us $3,000 to raise as soon as we can. And we're $1,000 into it, which means we're at $9,500 on our stream so far. We urge you to go to the URL, which will pop up on the screen any minute, or to the QR code, and give as much as you can. But as I've said throughout my career, actually, but I'll say today, if you give $1, we love you. If you give $10,000, we'd love you just as much, because it's not really how much you pledge, it's how many people take the plunge and make the pledge. And we urge you to go to the URL right now and go to the QR code, but make that contribution. We don't want Mr. Mosky to be disappointed that his challenge didn't work, but I know it's going to work because we're already a third of the way into it. So Robert Mosky, thank you very much for your generosity. Now we'll see whether we have Anna back on the line. Anna is with Virtual Concert Halls, and what they're doing is they're taking the feed that we are giving them from this room, from the gallery here at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art, and sending it to Virginia, where Virtual Concert Halls is then distributing it all over the world, actually, through the 4 major streams: YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and whatever the 4th one is, LinkedIn. And if you're watching on any of those 4 platforms, please hear our plea and go to unicefusa.org/streaming. Go to use the QR code. They both will take you to the same place. It's just a very simple, easy process that UNICEF has set up. It's as easy as buying something on Amazon. It takes about the same amount of time. I'm going to sneeze in a minute, so I'm warning everybody. Can you cut my mic? Didn't do it. Okay, back. And it takes about a minute. And there's a box there that says, how much would you like to contribute? Maybe the $25 level is too much. So you can put in $5 or $7 or any amount you want, and they'll accept it, of course. You can put in $10,000, they'll accept that as well. Whatever you put in, it takes about a second, then they'll ask you the usual credit card and your address, and that's it. All we get is your name and the amount, and we do not broadcast that, so no one's going to know anything. It's all very private. We don't get your email or anything like that. And the funds, as I've said, go directly to the effort that UNICEF is doing in Ukraine. It doesn't go to the national organization, it goes right on the ground. There's 120 people in Ukraine from UNICEF right now, and then more in the surrounding countries, because this is not just a one-country effort or affair or tragedy. It's spilling out everywhere. So please do that. Anna from the Virtual Concert Halls, or somebody there, anybody over there, to roll. Okay, so we'll pick something to roll. Roger, this is a sheet we have here with all of the various pre-recorded stuff on there. You can just, I'll tell you all about it. Roger is coming on to relieve me in a couple of minutes. He's late because I gave him the wrong address, and that was brilliant. Sorry about that, Roger. Oh, there's Anna. How are you, Anna?
Okay.
I'm going to unmute myself.
I'm trying to get a little snack here in between.
A snack?
On screen.
What?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to have a snack, am I?
You left your position, you left your station, but we forgive you.
I know you do.
And we've had this wonderful conversation with Lydia Tkaczuk from the Ukrainian National Museum, and I think, Anna, it's time for some of the other tapes. Now, we haven't heard from Boris Potapenko quite a while. He happened to be here the other day when I was here, and he left that night for Ukraine. He has something to say. That's VA1. And then we might go to anything you might like. But we have so many wonderful
we have some addresses with
videos
wonderful
that
music.
people have brought in. We can play the wonderful video that Sir Shafiq Macaulay put together for us, if nobody minds. You want to try for that? Anna, you want to put together a few?
Absolutely.
Just string them together? And
Yeah.
I'll get my replacement in here, Roger.
And then
Badesch is here. And he's
then
going
we'll
to take
hear
over from me
from,
for a couple of hours. I'll explain the situation, Roger. It's very complex and tricky,
Yeah.
but I know you can handle it. So, Anna, I'm going to turn things over to you. And I should say, too, that Roger should, at 6:05, at about 6:05, there's a marvelous and very interesting symposium that's being held. I gave you all the info. Where did it go? At the, where is that?
It's
I sent it out.
assessing the
Anyway,
Ukrainian
it's at the
war
Pritzker Military Museum.
conversation. Yep.
It's a symposium. I'll take you off cue. Do you have that information at 6, Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. It's assessing the Ukrainian war at Pritzker Military Museum, and it's going to be a conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. And we were given the permission to stream that conversation, and that's going to be really remarkable and very educational for everyone. So we're prepared to show that at around 6:05, and that's Central Time. For all the viewers on the East Coast, that would be 7 p.m. And for people around the world, I'm going to have to let you do your math. So, and we're here fundraising for UNICEF, for their emergency response teams on the ground in Ukraine, helping currently children of Ukraine.
Anna, I'm turning it over to you, and we'll switch over anchors and take it away.
Absolutely. So the first video which we would like to show you is the address which Steve already mentioned. He talked with Boris, who was about to leave for Ukraine. He is now in Ukraine, and we don't currently have access and connection to him live, so we'll play his pre-recorded message.
Hi, I'm Boris Potapenko, and I'll be traveling to Ukraine tonight. The trip is really to help the volunteers in Ukraine with medical equipment, but also with life-saving, non-lethal defensive equipment. It's so important for everybody to donate as much as they can. Organizations like UNICEF are worldwide and do tremendous work. They have vast experience, and they are on the ground in Ukraine. I'm so looking forward to seeing my UNICEF colleagues and others in their wonderful work. I hope everybody does as much as they can and continue to do so. This is a long-time struggle. Thank you.
Yes, this is a long-time struggle, and it's when you're reading a book about World War II, for example, it's all compressed. Yes, a few months later, but a few months later it takes just a few words on a page. For people currently in Ukraine, especially for children, it's living minute to minute. It's surviving, and it's finding clean water, finding shelter, finding comfort, and that's what UNICEF teams are providing currently in Ukraine. And we are fundraising with this live stream to support UNICEF. So please scan that QR code on that side of the screen, or go to the URL www.unicefusa.org/streaming. This is a dedicated portal for donations to go directly to UNICEF to support children of Ukraine. And we have several more video addresses which were sent to us in support of this program. These are people who are addressing you with their messages. And the next one came to us from an artist, producer, and radio podcaster, Sir Shefik Macaulay, who is connected with Ghana. He's not personally connected with Ukraine yet. The situation of Ukrainian children, it rings so deeply in hearts of people from every part of the world. So he prepared a beautiful video for you, which is titled, "I Stand with the Children of Ukraine."
There is more to be said than just political jargon. Yet sometimes words are not enough, and so we cry. If you trace the cry of a generation, its contour will navigate the design of a battle cry. As it takes shape, it could drown the souls of many when less than few have barely learned how to truly swim. The young are tested, as the elder have failed. Every child is an imprint of who we are. So we must print the betterment of character with content that is worthy to be spoken of. Children follow in our footsteps, even when our darkest shadows mask the path to guide the way. Indeed, these are dark times. Footsteps should not be pitfalls. Through the voice of darkness, we must echo light. We must sustain a harmonious tone while striking a resounding chord to vocalize the importance of delivering future generations into a world that truly cares for one another. My name is Shepherd, and I stand with the children of Ukraine.
We all stand with the children of Ukraine, and many, many people donated to the cause, to the mission of UNICEF, the emergency response to the situation in Ukraine. Their people, their teams are on the ground helping Ukraine children right now. So please join our effort and donate by using the QR code on my side, or you can go to the URL and donate what you can. If we can't be there to comfort them, the children physically, we can send helping hands to them. We can send supplies. We can send people who will put the roof over their heads and provide them with clean water and psychological counseling. Children need us adults to come together and to put our hands together, put our goodwill together, and be there for them right now. So please consider donating what you can to UNICEF mission in Ukraine. We also have another address which was sent to us by a musician. He is of Bulgarian heritage. He's professor of piano in France, from Avguste Antonov. And it's another video which he prepared to express his support of the cause, support of the children in Ukraine, and his plea to everyone who is watching this program to please join our forces of goodwill, love, support, and help to the children of Ukraine.
Concert pianist and professor of piano in France. I am recording this short video on behalf of the live stream fundraising for Ukraine's children. I never thought in my life that I would see a war. I would see such crimes, a genocide in the 21st century. And that's exactly what's going on in Ukraine. Putin and the Russian army invaded an independent country simply because they didn't like that Ukrainians were thinking for themselves. They didn't like that Ukrainian children were living free. The war in Ukraine is illegal. It's a crime against humanity. It's a crime. It's a war crime, and Putin needs to be stopped now, not tomorrow, not in 2 weeks, not in 4 months, but now. And Ukraine's children are probably I'm gonna say this, are probably suffering suffering the most. It's mind-boggling. It is sad to see kids being displaced because of a war that nobody asked for. Kids being separated from their families, whether it is because the parents are fighting in the Ukrainian army or because they were killed by the Russians. Children are suffering right now, not because of something President Zelensky did or something the Ukrainians did, but because of Putin. I encourage you, I beg of you to donate to UNICEF for Ukraine's children. They need our help. They need your help. Thank you.
Погас, будет ярче светить, чем кометы, пролетающие над планетой. Из пустоты, без твоей красоты, не родится юности умная птица.
Папа будет продавать что-то, будет помогать нашим героям, нашим войскам.
Кто терял, будет снова любить. За рассветом близится вечное лето. Ночь до зари, ты в душе береги свою птицу, не дай ей разбиться.
Ты молодец, Володь. Мы именно этого и хотели, и ждали от тебя.
Поганенька Мартинівка, а 3 танка і є. І так почти в кожному селі.
Close the sky over Ukraine.
Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці запанує, і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці.
Тишини.
Не открывай, храни секрет, будь хорошей девочкой для всех. Закрой все чувства на замок, навечно отпусти и забудь, что прошло уже не вернуть. Отпусти и забудь, новый день он кажет путь. Душу и тело мы положим за нашу свободу и покажем, що ми
So that was a collage video from Avguste Antonov, a pianist in France, who is of Bulgarian heritage and has a deep personal connection to living under a very similar regime to Putin's, which was the USSR before things changed to the better, and unfortunately now changing pretty much back to what it was. And I believe the Chicago press room is ready, and we have a new anchor here, Roger Badesch. Now to you. Welcome. It's a great pleasure to pass on the baton to you.
Thank you very much, Anna, and I appreciate it greatly, and you guys are doing great work there, and we love seeing the videos. We'll be back to some more of those videos a little later on in the broadcast. Again, we're going all day here, try to raise money for UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine to help the children, and there's nothing more important right now than that. We do have a couple of things that we want to let you know. At the bottom of our screen right now, you can see where you can go to immediately, if not sooner, to donate at unicefusa.org/streaming. We also have the code for you technically inclined people, of which unfortunately I'm not one of them, to go directly to the same site to donate. I want to bring you up to date on a couple of things. We are still about $1,000 away, I believe, from meeting our matching grant from Robert Mosky. So we need to increase that as soon as possible, if you can. We'd greatly appreciate it. Robert Mosky very generously donating to the fund, and we need you to match his donation so that we can get that in there and get the numbers up and help the children in Ukraine. Right now we're broadcasting from Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art in the Ukrainian Village in Chicago. My name is Roger Badesch, and used to be on WGN Radio until the end of October, and I appreciate the chance to be here with you. Steve was kind enough to ask me to join and try to help out the fundraising efforts. And we'll be with you, I guess, for the rest of the night, I would presume, until I think 11 o'clock the broadcast ends, I believe. So we will do that. We do want to bring in a guest right now from the Ukrainian American Veterans Post 32 here in Chicago. Commander Peter Bencak. Did I get that not correct? That's close enough. Close enough. That's what I say when people try to say my name. Peter, a pleasure to have you here.
My pleasure, sir.
I'm aware of the Veterans Posts around the area. My father was in a Veterans Post in the suburbs, and I know the kind of work that you guys do. And I want to know how you guys are involved now in this effort to raise funds.
Well, let me say this. When you say you know what the veterans do, veterans help veterans. That's our primary goal. Our organization, the Ukrainian American Veterans Post 32, has been fundraising since 2018. And that was after a trip that I made to Ukraine, where I got to see quite a few wounded soldiers, amputees that needed rehab. And so after visiting several hospitals, the committee adopted the Lviv Military Hospital, where we saw quite a bit of rehab work going on, and they needed more equipment. A lot of their stuff was outdated. So we started fundraising and started helping that hospital. Since this war, we've been helping them, but now that this war is on, we've regenerated our efforts again. But I'm not here to preach about on Facebook, UAV 32 Chicago.
Okay.
We're here to talk about fundraising for the Ukrainian children.
Right.
So
I know that you help the veterans over there, and you're trying to help them with money, equipment, because there are a lot of soldiers over there who are in dire need of that help. But there are also a lot of children of those soldiers who need our help. And so how have your efforts kind of shifted at all to that effort?
Well, we have a banquet to celebrate our 25-year anniversary on May 7th. And all proceeds, all profits from that are going to the humanitarian fund, the UAV Post-32 Humanitarian Fund. And then we are, don't want to jump the gun, but we are also planning a golf fundraiser, and that's going to go strictly for refugees.
Oh,
so
that's
all
great.
profits for that, and that'll be on June 19th.
Excellent.
At St. Andrews Country Club.
Wonderful.
In DuPage County.
Okay.
So, we don't send money, we send equipment. They tell us what they need, they order the equipment, we get the invoices, we review it, we pay the bills.
So your efforts are still ongoing, even more so now.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah.
Because of what's going on.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
you saw one camp when you went there.
Yes, sir.
But what are you aware of the other camps, especially ones in the area where the heaviest action is going on right now?
Well, we really didn't get to the heavy action, but our tour guide was involved. They brought him in, he had a vehicle, he was able to chauffeur us around and explain things to us and took us to various hospitals in different cities. We actually had an opportunity to visit Yavore, where the American, Canadian soldiers were training the Ukrainian soldiers in NATO warfare.
NATO
to bring them
okay,
to bring
sure.
them up to speed, because we don't know what their past experience has been.
Yeah.
So we wanted. So it was a pleasure to sit there with the troops in their at their training site, have lunch with them, talk to them, and then visit hospitals. And primarily, that's our goal: is to help the wounded in rehabilitation, and that's the hospital that we adopted. Now, it's not to say that we can't, depending on how much we raise, we can help other hospitals. As far as children, the refugees, we're going to help the refugees, the children that are coming into the States. Then again, we have a committee that's going to make that decision. I'm just a commander.
I understand.
But we have a committee.
but you lead.
Yes, sir.
And everybody else does the work.
Yes, sir.
With your guidance. And so it's great that you're helping the refugees. And so you're right at the beginning part of that process right now. So you haven't gotten the information. Are we dealing with what kind of numbers are coming into the area?
Right now, the only number that I have, and I spoke to the principal, Anna Sorelli from St. Nicholas School.
Oh, okay.
She informed me on Friday that she had she told me 32, but somebody said 35 children right now that are in her school enrolled because they came in from Ukraine and they needed to get them educated. I spoke to 4 of the students who were guests at the sponsored by the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, nice.
They gave us a suite, and 4 of the students attended. I attended on behalf of Principal Sorelli, and I had a chance to talk to some of the students, and they're starting to speak English. They've been studying English in Ukraine as a secondary language, which is something I found out when I was there in 2018 and met with my cousin for the first time in my life. I have a first cousin who lives in the western region of Lviv, and she has 2 sons, and right now they're territorial defense in Lviv.
Okay.
But one of them has a daughter, and I met up with his daughter, and I said, it used to be Ukrainian and Russian secondary. Now her school is doing Ukrainian and English as secondary language. So some of these children came and they're starting to speak English and they understand. They may not have the grammar down pat, but they're going to get there. And Ukrainian school, they have translators that'll work with the students.
Oh, okay.
So we're looking at helping in any way we can, the veterans, the committee, with the rehab and with the refugees.
All right, so again, you have 2 events. We kind of jumped the gun on
Yes, sir.
one of them already, but...
Well, we want to make sure that
we've
we
got to
sell
fill
out
up
the
the
banquet
card
first.
Right.
and
Let's
then
fill
we'll
up the
put up-
banquet. So we've got the banquet coming up on again.
Yes, sir.
When is that?
May 7th at St. Andrews Ukrainian Orthodox Church in Bloomingdale, Illinois.
Good.
And the golf outing will be at St. Andrews, no relation, country club
Right.
in DuPage County.
Sounds good. And how can people get a hold of you, your organization, to help you out at the same time they help UNICEF out with the children?
Well, I would They can make donations, and they can specify where they want their donations to go. So you can go on to the Facebook. We are on Facebook.
Okay.
Just look us up at UAV 32 Chicago.
Okay.
And you'll see the banquet. You'll see the golf websites on there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to participate in the dinner or the golf, there is a donate button. And like I said, depending on how much we raise,
Mm-hmm.
we already committed the banquet to help the rehab.
Good.
But we can definitely shift funds when it comes to the refugees with the golf outing.
Excellent. That's great work. We've been talking with Ukrainian American Veterans Post 32 Chicago Commander Peter
Bencak.
Bencak. I'll get that right.
Well,
one of these days.
If you look at the English portion, it's misspelled, but I live with it because it should,
And if anyone ever tried to spell my name, trust me, I'll take whatever they say right now, like you said, but close enough.
Yep.
But we thank you very much. Appreciate it.
My
and
pleasure.
good luck with everything in the future, and let's hope that we can all do some good.
Thank you. And for those of you out there watching, please, this is a great opportunity to make a donation,
Mm-hmm.
help the Ukrainian children, and we'll do everything we can on our end.
That's great. Thank you again very
Thank
much.
you.
And good luck with the rest of the afternoon. You got a lot of planning to do.
We have a committee meeting tonight, which I have to rush to, and then we have a 7:30 membership meeting.
There you go.
I'll bring them on board.
Sounds good. Thanks
Okay?
again, Peter.
Thank you for
Appreciate
having
it.
me.
And thanks again to everyone listening. We are raising funds for the children on the ground in Ukraine. And we have the code up in the upper right-hand corner. I'm not going to point because unless I'm doing a weather forecast and can see exactly how it's supposed to look on the green screen, I will be pointing at a door or something. So you can see it up in the upper corner of your screen. If you are good with your cell phone, you can use it to read that code. It will take you right to the UNICEF USA site and the page for you to donate in this cause. We're going to, I think, 11 o'clock tonight online. That doesn't mean that the fundraising will end, but right now we are trying to raise funds for the kids on the ground in Ukraine and to help them, to feed them, to clothe them, to take care of their health needs, everything that UNICEF does. If you are of a certain age, I'll refer to myself of that age. You remember at Halloween time when you would walk around and instead of asking for candy, you would have those little UNICEF orange boxes where you would collect funds. And if you're of that age, let's think that that's what it is. But now you can do it from the convenience of your computer. And you don't have to stand out in that nasty Chicago weather that we used to have at Halloween time. No matter where you are in the world, because this is a global broadcast right now on the internet. We're on a number of different formats. And we would like you to go to either the code or you go to the website, which is at the bottom of the screen right now, unicefusa.org/streaming. And we do have a challenge. I'll get to that here. Robert Mosky, who has put on a challenge, a fundraising challenge. And I think the last time I checked, which was before the interview, we had about $1,600 left to raise to meet that challenge. So I urge you to go ahead and do that. And I believe that we have another friend online here, Chris. If you are within earshot, if you would like to join us here, I will put my ears on so that I can hear you. I'm
Hello,
sure
Roger.
you have the
Yes.
nice earphones that
I'll
fit
wait.
inside your ear. I'm old-fashioned. And
Not at all.
There we go.
There we go. Can we hear each other?
I think I can. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well,
Chris,
I'm
how are
coming to
you?
Live. Very good. I'm coming to you live from Sydney, Australia. We've been raising money. We started off the 18-hour live stream, and so we have to do swaps. And I'm so happy to see you're doing it, Roger. Thank you so much for taking over and taking the reins for the last however long you've been on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's been fun. And you guys got a head start on us, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that way. It's not a competition, but it's been
No, I know.
really wonderful to start the show, and it's also Steve was the one who started the show as well. He's been there since 4-5 a.m. in Chicago time, trying to get everything ready and preparing. So how are things over there? Is everyone still full of energy and vitality?
Yeah, they are. We've got in another section of the museum here, we're in the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art in Ukrainian Village, and you can see it right now on the screen. Those are members of the Chicago media who are doing live interviews and reports from the museum for this cause. And so we're excited that they're there. They've got me over here, so I stay out of the way of the cameras, which is nice. And we are happy to join you and everybody else that's associated with this effort to help UNICEF and the kids in Ukraine.
It's a huge effort, and I think any sacrifice that we make is very small but necessary compared to the sacrifices of the Ukrainian children, Ukrainian people, all the civilians, and the destruction, devastation that we're seeing over there. And we're really, really happy to have the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art to support us and house this live event. And we have the virtual side as well with an amazing team we have behind the scenes coming to us from Vienna, Virginia. So it's quite an effort, but it's really worthwhile, I believe.
Yeah, I'm also glad I caught a bit as they were bringing me up to speed. Some of the concerts and a lot of the videos that show on the web for the when we're not on, asking for donations and trying to get people to help us. We've got a lot of videos that play from your Virginia and Anna, and I think that's great also because a lot of people who are watching this, I don't think they understand the specificity of children's needs in Ukraine right now. Because the news reports show the damages, the physical, the buildings and the roads and things like that. We're not getting the story of the children. They're not speaking to us. And I think that's very important that UNICEF gives voice to them, and it helps to raise the funds to help them.
Well, luckily, we actually have quite a few little video testimonies from certain children who somehow have been able to send over videos. We also have a previous contestant of Virtual Concert Hall's music competition by the name of Soundless Receiver Global Competition, and her name is Victoria Lipa, and she managed to send in a beautiful testimony of her time and her fears and everything, but as well she played the Ukrainian national anthem on the guitar, which is beautiful. Have we seen that recently? Would you like to put that on and show everybody this incredible girl? She's only 15 and she's still in Ukraine, I believe, so it will be really lovely. Let's
I would love to see that video. And we had one of the children was I don't know if we might need Anna to let us know this, but the child that was singing to the audience, is that the same child that was singing the song from the Disney movie in?
Yep.
It was the same girl.
It's the same girl. She made it out to Poland, and then she was invited to sing in front of the rally, organized rally. Yeah, she was first captured singing in the bunker in
from
Ukraine.
Frozen.
Yeah, she was singing from Frozen, and she's aspiring to be a singer, and this is what we want to help children in Ukraine accomplish. Be who they are, study what they want to study, and become who they dream to become. This is one of the very inspiring success stories, and with a happy ending, she was able to make it out from the city bunker to the place where she's safe and where she can share her talent and her love.
That's fantastic.
So let's hear
and we
this,
hope to be able to do even more through this fundraising effort.
Yeah, so it's amazing when we have these kind of video footage to show that the predicament of the people in Ukraine, especially the children. So let's hear this guitarist, and then we'll do a little collage of different children sharing their testimony.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm 15 years old from Ukraine. On 24th February, I woke up to the sound of explosions, and I immediately understood that was the beginning of the war. After that day, my life changed a lot. Every night I should have slept fully dressed and with important things on me, so that at any moment I could quickly run to the common corridor. After some time, situation got worse, so me and my family went to another city in Ukraine, Cherkasy. It was the first day from the beginning of the war that I could sleep normally. After some more time, I went to another city in Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk. It is in western Ukraine. Here is kind of safe, but still every time I hear strange noises or sirens, I get really scared. Because of that war, my home in Kiev lost its main value, security, so I could never feel safe there. And now let me play you the national anthem of Ukraine.
Welcome you back to our 18-hour live stream, and it's a real pleasure to have you. And if you're joining us now, we're over 12 hours into our 18-hour stream, and this is a real pleasure. I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia, live, and we have our virtual concert halls team from Virginia, USA, and live coming to us from the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. We have Roger Badesch, and it's a really international effort to try to raise money for UNICEF USA. And if you are curious to donate whatever amount, it doesn't really matter. I think every little sacrifice you can make really counts, and this is the link below, or you can go to a QR code right here on my left, but your right hand corner, and you can donate as much as you can. It's been going on for a while, and we just heard Victoria Lipa, who is a guitarist. She's 15, and she sent a video to us from Ukraine, and there are other testimonies that we'd like to play. There's a collage, and hello, welcome back, Roger, and I'd love to play this next collage. It's a combination of 3 boys, Artem, Dima, Ilya, and one of them can actually speak pretty good English, and they talk about their time and their struggles, and it's just incredible that these children have to suffer such trauma at such an early age when they should be playing, or the biggest worry should be maybe finding friends or having getting good grades maybe, and yet this is what's happening to them.
Yeah, it's a shame that children can't have a childhood. That's a big problem. They want to have friends. They want to grow up like we grew up. They want to be able to go play. They want to have dreams, achieve greatness, maybe go to college, maybe get on stage. You don't know, and they're not going to be able to know. And this fundraiser will help us to give them the opportunity to know. And so whatever you can do, our audience can do to help. Again, we have the website down at the bottom, unicefusa.org/streaming. And I don't know if I can do, see, I used the wrong hand, Chris. You're much better than I am at this. I'm going the wrong way. There we go.
Now you're good now. But luckily for everyone, there are QR codes everywhere, so it won't be too hard to find. You even have one behind you, so if anything happens, there's always the one right behind you.
That's there it is. My arm just went over it. So again, the point is not where the QR code is on the screen. The point is that you use it and you help raise money. We do have, before we get to that collage, Chris, I do want to remind people that we have a $3,000 challenge from Robert Mosky, and we got about another $1,200 to go. But again, it's not that the challenge, it's for the kids, and that's what you need to do right now. Go to the website, go to the QR code, and Chris, let's go ahead and see that collage.
Let's roll it.
Всім привіт, мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. У мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися, всякий в підвал ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Hi, my name is Diman. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if are my friends alive or not, because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kyiv, my family left in Kyiv, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав, чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики, спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто війна – це страшна штука. Дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходить за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією.
It's a real tragedy to see.
Hi, Chris.
So hello. Roger, the beauty of what you're doing over there is you're dealing with live audiences and virtual shenanigans happening all over the place. So you're doing a lot. We're going to put you back on. So when you're ready, let's do that. And I know you have a guest with us. So would you mind introducing her and telling us a little bit about her?
Well, I'm going to let her introduce herself because she's so important, not only to UNICEF, but to the cause, and you are.
That's very flattering.
I'm going to let her introduce herself and what she does with UNICEF and how she can help you help them.
Thank you. That was a very flattering introduction. My name is Nelly Ingraham. I'm the Director of Philanthropy for the Midwest region of UNICEF USA.
So you're within the group that is immediately handling a lot of the stuff coming from the Chicago area?
So I work with our supporters in Chicago, in Illinois, across the Midwest, people who are really stepping up to help children in Ukraine, but really all the children that UNICEF is serving around the world.
And that is the thing. It's the United Nations fund to help children.
Right.
We were just talking right before we went on air about how I'd mentioned before My first experience with UNICEF was collecting at Halloween. And my concern was that as an adult, unless I'd personally contacted probably you or someone else in the office to be involved with UNICEF on a daily basis, most people don't know about UNICEF from Halloween when they were a kid to now.
Correct. But we are a global organization. I think a lot of people are surprised to learn that UNICEF was actually founded in response to the refugee crisis of World War II. That was the first time that the UN had a group that was called up to help children in the aftermath of a war. And 75 years later, we are now in every country around the world serving children from everything ranging from immunizations to girls' education, everything that goes into protecting the rights of a child.
And so this specific effort that we're dealing with here today, and again, please use the QR code on the screen, the website unicefusa.org/streaming. Yeah, I did that without even having to look at the screen. Thank you very much. To donate. How is this specific effort, and the money coming in for this specific effort, how is it going to be applied to what's going on there?
Right. Well, as we know, children are always going to be the unfair victims of a war. Right now, there are over 4.5 million children that have had to flee their homes, which is one child every second since this conflict began. Many more who have stayed behind. We've seen the risks that are posed to them. They are living in bunkers. They have had water cut off, access to water cut off. So UNICEF has its teams on the ground in Ukraine and across the region. We've been in Ukraine for 25 years. UNICEF's history is responding to emergencies. So we've mobilized quickly, sending truckloads and truckloads of supplies, medical supplies, educational supplies, recreational supplies, so kids can play while they're hiding in a bunker. And this specific effort, which has been so incredible to see, has not only put children back at the center of this conflict, which we can't lose sight of, but we've raised a wonderful amount of money, and every contribution that we receive could mean one more medical kit that we can send to a hospital in Ukraine. It could mean one more blanket that we can send to keep children warm at night. It can't be emphasized enough. Everything that we receive is going to help children and families.
That's fantastic. And that's why it's so important that you, if you're watching this right now, around the world, not just from Chicago or Australia or Virginia, where our hosts are, but you need to go to that website. You need to use that QR code. You need to donate now to the best of your ability. How does your effort translate from Ukraine to following the refugees that go to other countries? Because again, you're global, not just United States. How does that continue on?
Right, that's a wonderful question. So one of the things that UNICEF has been doing in partnership with UNHCR and several organizations, we're setting up something called Blue Dot Centers. And these are tents and safe spaces that are there along the journey of refugees. So they're at the border of Ukraine, and they're being set up throughout countries that are receiving refugees right now. And they're serving as safe spaces for families to, first of all, stop and rest. A personal note, I have 3 small children myself, 7, 4, and 2. And I can't imagine being in a situation where I've had to make a journey such as this alone with my 3 kids, not knowing what's going to be on the other side. So these spaces are there for those moms, for those kids to just take a break. There are toys. Imagine being a parent and seeing your kid play with toys after this kind of journey. And then they also serve as a resource where people can learn more about what that next step is on their journey, where they can get support, how they can receive help. So these have been a critical part in being there for the children and families who are fleeing.
And do you have a role in, I understand what you're saying about helping them feel comfortable as they go through the process to get into their new country. when do you continue on once they have been placed in a home or they've set up by themselves?
Yes.
How does that go on?
Yeah, sure. So there are many different ways that we're working with refugees populations. You know, once you're right, once they get to safety, their journey doesn't end.
Right.
Children need to go to school. They need to continue their education in a normal life. So UNICEF, our education team, works with the receiving countries to develop those curriculums to help integrate those children into education systems locally. We have seen that electronic and online curriculums where children can literally access on their parents' phone what they would normally be doing in school, so they can learn on their journey. You know, one of the consequences, sadly, of this are displaced foster children or children who have been separated from their families. So UNICEF is also working with a broad network of partners to make sure children are either reunited with family members or placed in caring foster care homes.
Okay. It's a massive operation.
It's massive. It's massive. And we work 100% on donations. This is literally because of the support that we've been receiving that we are able to do this work for children.
And the need doesn't go away.
No.
It's not like, okay, you're with a foster family, we've reunited you with your family, you're in school, you're safe, you've got your needs taken care of, we'll see you later. You don't do that.
Think of the trauma. Think of the trauma that children are undergoing right now, and it's trauma that will stay with them for a lifetime. You know, the mental health needs of children affected by this war are going to go on for years. And that's something that we're responding to as well, working with psychosocial experts in every country that's receiving refugees to make sure that we're able to identify those needs and respond to them appropriately.
Let's bring it a little closer to home, if we can. Yes. Chicago, I know you're working with associations with larger suppliers, people who can supply goods, people who can supply financial support.
Right.
And how are things going here in Chicago? We heard from the commander of the VETS organization of how, I think he mentioned 22 children have come into the Chicago area, and that they are trying to help them associate themselves here in town. What is it looking like on a bigger scale here in the Chicago area?
Right. No, that's a wonderful question. So in the Chicago, the refugees coming to Chicago and Illinois, there are wonderful support systems here locally to receive those refugees. The work that UNICEF is doing locally here is more to mobilize to again, help raise funds, help raise awareness about the situation. I would say that our direct work with refugees is happening more in Ukraine and the region. Whereas here, our job is to advocate for those children.
Gotcha. This, ladies and gentlemen, you mentioned you have 3 kids.
Yeah.
I have 2, and I have 2 grandchildren. But I will tell you this. My mother's parents emigrated from Europe with her sister and her older brother at a very young age. And I can only imagine what it was at a time where they weren't involved in this type of crisis, one that is so visual and destructive. But they still had their own crisis, which forced them to have to leave. And I can only imagine what is going on right now with the children who are trying to get out of there, trying to get to foster families or reunite with their families, not just in America, but around the world through the help of UNICEF. And I thank you very much, Nelly, for being with us today. You have been talking, or listening to, I should say, you've been talking. Ladies and gentlemen, have been listening to Nelly Ingraham, Director of Philanthropy, Midwest UNICEF USA, so you're stationed here in the Chicago area. And I think we need to go back to Chris right now. Chris, we appreciate the time. Thank you very much. And I think we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Nelly, and thank you, Roger, for telling us so much about UNICEF and the efforts that they're going through. It's a big struggle, I'm sure. And Nelly mentioned the Blue Dots centers that are being set up in certain countries around Ukraine and the borders in order to house and give a sort of refuge amongst all this turmoil. So we're going to play one of those videos. We have a video of someone actually in Moldova where they're taking care of these kids. So we'll play this video and then we'll also talk about something else afterwards.
Hello everyone, this is Enrique from UNICEF. I'm reporting from the Moldova-Ukraine border at the town of Palanca, where UNICEF has set up a Blue Dot. The Blue Dot provides services such as psychosocial support for the families that are coming from Ukraine. There are social workers, there are psychologists. It also provides child-friendly spaces for the children who come to be able to play and rest and have a minimum of normality in their current struggle.
Dar cel mai mult facem terapie prin joc, deja ținând cont de copil, cât de gata el este să se încadreze în activitate cu noi. Ținând cont și de vârstă, ținând cont și de în localitatea de unde vine copilul, copiii vin diferiți, emoțional diferit. Starea lor emoțională este diferită. Unii copii sunt stresați și nu se lasă de mămici, se țin de mămica și noi nu putem să intervenim, nu avem niciun drept să-l atragem din brațele mamei nici ca acum. Unii copii sunt mai descătușați, unde copiii poate să vină și se așeze și doar are nevoie să deseneze, el rămâne el cu gândurile lui și colorează ceea ce el simte. Alți copii se încadrează în activități foarte ușor. Ei sunt foarte deschiși, pentru noi este foarte ușor să lucrăm cu ei pentru că noi le cunoaștem limba. Și respectiv, odată ce cunoști limba, e un pas deja spre activitatea în continuare. Părinții, cumva, starea emoțională a părinților se transmite copiilor, da? Și dacă părintele cumva apucă așa copilul și strânge la piept și zice nevoie, nu te teme, nu te teme, respectiv copilul se teme. Sunt situații când părinții atât de emoțional sunt afectați, noi mai întâi trebuie să lucrăm cu părinții cumva și apoi să trecem la copii, da? Și dacă vedem că nu putem să intervenim la moment și n-are rostul, noi îl lăsăm pur și simplu pe părinte să se liniștească, să înțeleagă, să pună picioarele pe pământ și apoi respectiv începem să... Sau invers luăm, atât timp cât părintele este emoțional dezechilibrat, noi lucrăm cu copilul și ea cumva să acomodează situația.
Și în momentul dat sunt părinți care spun, spate să vă cuprind, spate să, da, mulțumesc mult pentru acordul care ne l-ați dat, ajutor, pentru că acești părinți este important doar să stai să-l asculți. Unii părinți sunt care, da, depinde iarăși de categorii. Să înțelegem că nu toți vin aici, vin cei care au nevoie.
Well, it's certainly very moving to see all the devastation happening in Ukraine, of course, but it's also a source of relief to find out that, you know, blue dots are being set up by UNICEF USA in all these areas around Ukraine in order to protect and give a safe haven for some of these refugees, particularly the children who are traumatized, no doubt, and really hurt by everything that's happening, surprised and shocked at all the changes that are having to happen in their lives. And we just finished having a conversation with Nelly Ingraham, who is a director of philanthropy of Midwest UNICEF USA. And what we're going to do now is we're going to play another video. She mentioned that she has 3 kids, and this lady from Ukraine also has 3 kids, one with special needs. So it's really touching to see that UNICEF is also reaching out to women who have kids with special needs, and it's not just a blanket approach. It's very individual and it's very touching. So we're going to play that. Don't forget that if you scan this QR code, you can donate. We have have a challenge of $3,000. We're almost there, and so if you want to donate, this is an excellent opportunity to do so. And without further ado, let's roll this video where a lady talks about how UNICEF is helping her 3 kids.
У мене багатодітна сім'я, я розлучена, виховую дітей сама. І 3 дітей в мене. У нього тяжка група з аутизму. Вже 10 років ми боремося з аутизмом, вже більше 10 років. Сталося так, що коли почали бомбити Харків, дитина почала дуже нервувати і битися об стіни, і дуже переживала. Ну, ми до останнього не хотіли їхати з нашого рідного міста. Найважче було те, що попросили вимкнути телефони і вимкнули світло, і ми з Києва їхали у суцільній темряві. Такої можливості, бо вони досі не відписалися, а діти, хлопці в мене тепер ще захворіли після такої важкої. Їхати самим була така думка лишитися всім, але я все-таки думаю, що для наймолодшого і для Петра було б, звичайно, добре потрапити в таке помешкання, де буде їм, де буде більш комфортно. Все-таки там є умови для того, щоб все-таки дитина з аутизмом почувалася якнайкраще. Я знаю, що дітей особливо багато. Зараз вони стануть всі особливі. Бо я як дефектолог розумію, що таке дитина, яка постраждала. І їх насправді набагато більше, ніж думають цих дітей з особливостями. Так, отака у нас картина, це не для фото, це так і є воно, як знаєте. Тобто наша родина завжди, чого я прагнула у вихованні, що всі мають бути разом, всі мають бути одне за одного, і в цьому наша сила.
It's really touching to see all that, and let's see if Roger's be able to join us. Welcome to our 18-hour live fundraising stream. We are currently around 12 hours in, and there is still quite a ways to go. There is a lot of money to raise, and every single cent that is raised will go straight to the children, thanks to UNICEF USA, who is making a lot of donations and work and putting all this effort into making it work. We just heard from Nelly Ingraham, who is Director of Philanthropy at the Midwest of UNICEF USA, and there is a lot that she's doing, and we just also watched a video of a mother of 3 children, one with special needs, that is being taken care of by UNICEF USA. So if you're feeling generous and able, we would love for you to donate. You can scan the QR code right over here, or there is also a link you can reach, and Roger, there are links everywhere, up and down.
Yeah.
So.
Chris, you're doing a great job, and I appreciate it. And you're in Australia. I'll get it right one of these.
Australia.
Australia? Is that what you guys call it?
That's Australia. Yeah, Australians tend to not have any consonants when they speak. It's just,
really?
Yeah, there's a little.
Okay.
Yeah, they just sort of eliminate them. Yeah.
By the way, I got to say, totally unrelated to this, but there's a show that comes out of, I want to say Australia, maybe New Zealand, Broken Wood Mysteries. I don't know if you're aware of it, but it's a great program. My wife and I love it. I'll throw that out there.
Thank you.
We are in Chicago, Illinois, USA, but again, we're working on UNICEF, which is a worldwide organization, and the needs are worldwide. And so Chris is helping out there. I'm helping out here. We have people in Virginia who are helping out with this live. Do we say broadcast on the internet? How
It's
about
a live
webcast?
stream.
A live stream.
Yeah,
Okay.
live stream broadcast, live stream webcast. It's, it's all those things.
You're familiar with that nomenclature more so than I am. So I still want to say broadcast, but that's okay. Here's
Broadcast
the important
is right
thing.
Too. We also say broadcast. We also say broadcast. So
There you go.
broadcast is correct too, yes.
Excellent. I'll get something right tonight. So
doing
this is
great.
going on till 11 o'clock, and I can't emphasize enough the need for you to act on what you see, on what you hear from us. You need to go to the website, unicef.usa.org/streaming, or use the QR code. Look at that, just naturally, my thumb went right to it from behind me. And donate. I want to bring you up to date, Chris, on this great matching funds from Robert Mosky. We only need $930 more for him to match $3,000.
Oh, wow.
I think that's fantastic. And we're looking for more people to do a matching donation to help the kids in Ukraine, to help process them, to get them out of Ukraine, out of danger, and even until then, to clothe them, to feed them, to provide for their medical needs, their mental needs, and to help their families there, but specifically the kids, because too many of them are left alone in what is happening in Ukraine. And that is what UNICEF has stepped in to do. They are there on the ground in Ukraine, at the borders, at the countries where these children are going to. So we need you to donate to help this cause continue and flourish. We don't want them to run out of money because we don't know how long this is going to take. So the money has to keep coming in.
Well, Steve was interviewing someone earlier also from UNICEF, and it seems like, even if we raise a lot of money today and tomorrow, the ramifications of the destruction over there will be at least a decade. And so the money continues to be a big need and a source of incredible support for the people there. Of course, our live stream is just for this moment, and hopefully we might be able to do more later on in the future. But the needs that they have in terms of rebuilding, in terms of all the trauma that the children have gone through, rehousing them, etc. This is going to be a long time coming. So, and I know that you're currently in the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. How's it looking over there? How's the artwork? What's going on there? I'm all the way here in Sydney. So
we've got some around us here, amongst all of the broadcast equipment, but some beautiful stuff on the walls around here. Our cameras are not necessarily set up. I think they might be at some point, but you can see a little behind me. Here we go. How about that? Look at this. I can move it over the other way.
That's beautiful.
But there is some around in this hall, and as I mentioned earlier, some of our viewers maybe weren't around then. In the other hall here, there is more artwork, and there are reporters from the Chicago TV stations that are doing live feeds from there. And so that artwork is able to be seen. And again, working with the Ukrainian village, working with the refugee children who have come to Chicago most recently, not those that have been coming, in the years before, for those families emigrating to the United States. But the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art in the Ukrainian village in Chicago is where we're at. And the artwork is just beautiful. The facility is huge. You can hear a little echo, and if I wanted to, I would step further back from the microphone and play echo like I used to when I was a kid. But we're not going to do that. But there, as you noticed, there was some additional artwork just on the screen, and they preserve, as you can see on the screen, promotes contemporary art as a way to express the relationship between Ukraine and the United States, their time here in the United States. If anyone has gone through an immigration coming from another country where they were born, they were raised, their entire family life is based on that, they come to America and life is completely different. There's some basics, breakfast, lunch, dinner, but we're talking a sociological shift to get them to feel comfortable, safe. And that's what we're trying to do, is to raise funds with UNICEF and to help these children all along the way from their homeland in Ukraine to whichever country they go to as they emigrate out.
I love how there's a lot of people behind the scenes too who's making all this happen. Just a simple request of artwork and we already get a lot of different camera angles. And speaking of different artworks, we also have a video, a collage by a Ukrainian artist who has compiled a lot of pictures and a little presentation about his experience. There's a testimony there with some music. He's going to show us some of his artwork. There's quite a bit of it, and it's just I think art really helps express the inner turmoil and trauma in a way that is, I guess, therapeutic, but also helps others to really see their pain. And sometimes it's through words, sometimes it's through art, sometimes it's through music. And we'll be hearing a bit of everything because we do have a lot of music to present as well. And so our next video is going to be by this Ukrainian artist, and it'll be a collage of his work. So let's have a look at that. Welcome you back to our 18-hour live stream, coming to you from Sydney, Australia. My name is Chris Au, and we have a huge team back in Chicago working on an incredible project. They're at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art and putting it together, something incredible. We just watched a little video of a Ukrainian artist who's showing us not only his testimony and his witness, personal eyewitness, but also his artwork. It's really important to show this, and we also have at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art, Roger Badesch, who's I don't know how long you've been there, but I know everyone's been
not as long as you,
working
Chris.
hard.
You're a marathon man over there. I'm telling you.
Not at all. We just had this artwork, and we also have artwork where you're at, and there are studios and cameras all over to show the gallery. And I know you have television studios, from ABC, CBS coming in. We also just had guests. We had a Ukrainian, director of Philanthropy, Nelly, Ingraham, interviewed by you personally. What else do we have to look forward to? What else is happening? Do you think?
Well, we've got some more guests that'll be coming in and out. The schedule I'm trying to look at right now, because somebody did this important work before I did. So we're looking at videos. We're going to have some more guests coming in from the Ukrainian neighborhood here in Chicago with UNICEF. And others who are doing the important work that we're talking about here, that we're trying to get people to help them with your donations. If I can update, we have a $3,000 donation challenge from Robert Mosky. We need another $930. We kind of been stuck on that right now. Now, there's no timeline for you to donate that, no urgency, even though I'd like you to do it within the next 5 minutes. But that's just me.
There's no urgency.
Because no sweat, no pressure. This fundraiser, as Chris has been telling you and has been on the screen all day long, it doesn't stop with the broadcast. This is 24/7 for as long as it's needed, and it's needed. So you need to go to the website, unicefusa.org/streaming. And if you have your cell phone out, you can read a QR code. You do any of these. I see 3 of them right now, but I have 3 pairs of glasses on. So I have 1 QR code for each pair of glasses. So use your phone, do the QR code, and it'll take you right to that website so you can donate. It's easy. Even I understand it, and that's saying a lot. We would like you to help donate so we can get that $3,000 from Robert Mosky. We can add that to the total that keeps going up, and so that we can help the children that UNICEF is trying to help.
Definitely, and we need to reach more ears. And speaking of ears, there's an expression of art we just saw, but we also have expression of art in terms of music, and we luckily have managed to partner up with incredible people like from the Symphony Toronto, and they've given us a video of their playing of Miroslav Storyk's melody. This is a very famous little piece there, which really expresses a lot of the sorrow and pain that the Ukrainian people felt. Miroslav Storyk was a Ukrainian composer known as a hero of Ukraine and a really established artist. And although he's kind of a little bit forgotten, the Symphony Toronto director Nurham Arman managed to bring him back, and we have a video of him speaking, and then they'll be performing this piece. So let's roll this and have a listen to some beautiful music.
The music director and conductor of Symphonia Toronto. During my career, I had a couple of occasions to visit Ukraine. In 1994, I did a tour of Western Ukraine with the Rivne Philharmonic Chamber Orchestra, and in 2011, I conducted the Kharkiv Philharmonic Orchestra. In Rivne, during one of my rehearsals, I was given a beautiful manuscript score. It was a work by Miroslav Skorik, just titled Melody, and originally it was composed in 1982 for a Soviet war film. I fell in love with the piece immediately, and I rehearsed it with the orchestra, and we played it in all the towns that we played concerts with the Rivne Philharmonic Chamber Orchestra. Now, Ukraine is experiencing another horrible war with all its misery. On our recent concerts with Sinfonia Toronto, I have been programming works by Ukrainian composers as homage to Ukraine and in support of Ukraine. We played Mykola Lysenko's hymn, A Prayer for Ukraine, and just recently, a couple of weeks ago, we played Melody by Miroslav Skorik. Now I invite you to donate to UNICEF's Emergency Response Fund. Children of Ukraine are suffering, they're fighting for their lives and therefore future. And the emergency response teams of UNICEF are on ground now. They are in Ukraine and helping the children. Please donate now. They need your support.
Wow, truly a touching performance of Melody by Miroslav Skorik. This is presented to you by Symphony Toronto, and we also heard before then the director of Symphony Toronto talk about his side of the story, and his name is Nurham Arman, and he was the principal director and conductor of that piece. I understand, Roger, I want to bring you back on, that you're joined once more by, I think that's Nelly there, who was joining us before, and let's bring you back on, and thank you for joining us, Nelly. It's so great to have you and everything that you're doing.
Nelly's come back with us because we barely touched the surface of some of the stuff that UNICEF does, that your dollars are going towards through this pledge drive. And again, we're here till about 11 o'clock tonight online, but the pledge drive does not stop. The pledge drive goes forever. And so you need to go to the website, and you need to go to the QR code and donate to the efforts of UNICEF to help the children in Ukraine, and as we talked last time, Nelly, the efforts that UNICEF is involved with for those children that can get out of Ukraine and move on to other countries and other homes and new lives to get away from the horrors of what's going on. But I think what we wanted to talk about this time is, what about those who can't get out? Your efforts, you mentioned it briefly, that you have staff on the ground in Ukraine, but we didn't talk about how they continue to operate. What do they provide? What about the people, the families, the children who can't get out of Ukraine while this is going on?
Right. Thank you so much for bringing that up. You know, we do talk a lot about the refugee crisis and the displaced populations, but there are still 3.5 million children that are in Ukraine, and they are in some locations that are very difficult to access. When you think of all the bombings that have been happening, those bombings have hit schools, they've hit hospitals, they've hit water supplies. So many children don't have access to water right now, and medical supplies. So UNICEF does have, we have 140 staff who are on the ground right now. And I believe the latest is we've delivered 114 giant humanitarian trucks have reached inside of Ukraine to deliver supplies. This includes to 50 hospitals and health clinics across the country. And you know, we've been talking a lot, as we should, about the children who are at the center of this conflict, and the funds that we're raising through this wonderful campaign is helping us deliver supplies to those children. I want to take a minute to also shine a light on the heroes that have chosen to stay in Ukraine on behalf of those children. We have been hearing from doctors and nurses who work in obstetric wards. So they're working with pregnant women and newborn babies who can't leave. And you know, they were sharing with us about how when the air raid sirens go off and everyone goes into the basement, there are those nurses who will stay upstairs with the newborns who are attached to equipment and can't go to the basement. So these are literally heroes who are risking their lives every day for children. So when we talk about the funds that we're raising now and the support that we're sending, you know, the support that we're helping with is to deliver medical supplies to those doctors and equipment to those nurses so that they continue to do the incredible work that they're doing every day for children that are still in the country.
And that's not something that's going to end anytime soon. No one's going to be safe whether they stay in Ukraine or are able to emigrate. Right. And we saw the pictures a number of weeks ago of people just massing into train stations.
Right.
Trying to get out, and you're talking about those people who can't.
Right.
They can't get to a bus, they can't get to a train. And you mentioned something, how important this is to get these funds to UNICEF. You mentioned something before we went back on the air, and it reminded me of something my father in World War II had to deal with, because he was also in medical corps. So he had to track medical supplies to make sure they were getting to the front line.
Exactly.
And sometimes he kept having to divert because suddenly there's a battle. And you mentioned something to me about what these supply trucks with the medical supplies, with the food, with the water, have to do, not just each day, every hour probably.
Right, exactly. And I think something, an untold story sometimes about UNICEF is really the sophisticated logistics that we have. Over 75 years, our job has been to deliver supplies and vaccines to some of the most remote parts of the world. In Europe, we actually have the world's largest humanitarian warehouse. So we have a warehouse that is 3 football fields long, filled with emergency supplies that we can deploy at a moment's notice. So we have an incredible logistics operations. And we're hearing from our teams on the ground as more and more trucks of supplies are coming into the country. Every day, the team has to sit down and has to look at the map to see which bridges have been destroyed, which roads are inaccessible, and every day there's going to be a different route and reroute to make sure those supplies are getting to where they need to be. We talked about the heroes. You know, we have a huge network of doctors that we're in communication with and teachers that we're in communication with. And they're letting us know where they are in the country and what they need to continue to do their jobs. And we use that information to get them whatever it takes to get the supplies to them that they're going to need to continue delivering services for children.
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Of course. Go ahead.
I hate doing that. But let's talk about some monies.
Sure.
So I think the amount you mentioned was 140,000, maybe 130,000 to maintain one of those blue dot centers, tents, whatever, to continue this supply. Let's say we're going to a hospital, if it still exists, in one of the towns.
Right.
How much are we looking at that is needed to supply the supplies and get them there and help the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, whomever, to do their job?
You know, I'd have to get back to you on the journey of that dollar,
Not a problem.
Exactly how much it is.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think one of the things that, you know, and I speak as somebody who's worked for this organization for a long time, but also just truly believes in the work that we do. One of the things I've always found impressive is because we work on such a large scale, we have massive buying power. So when we buy all of our medical supplies, you know, we have the ability to negotiate really great rates on them because we're buying so much of it from our suppliers. So because of that, you know, every dollar that you give is going to go so much further because of the established operations that we have.
Excellent point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you in a corner.
And I am
because,
happy to get that information.
You know, we're looking at
needing
another $930 to meet this pledge challenge from Robert Mosky. And I can't believe that we don't have the 930 in the last hour. I've only been here about an hour and a half, something like that. But it's a matching pledge. So 930 from you, and Mr. Mosky gives 3,000. $3,930 would keep one of the blue dots going for...
Oh, I'd have to do the math. It would do a lot.
It would be a great service.
It would be a great service
to the people in need.
Right.
So you need to go to the QR code on the screen. There's 2 of them there. Your phone should be able to get them. You need to go down to the web page, which will be popping up at the lower half of the screen, but it is at unicefusa.org/streaming. Thank you very much. And donate what you can. This is an ongoing effort. It's not going to end when we're done here today. It's not going to end when Chris in Australia finally gets to go to bed, because he's not going to go to bed because the needs continue. The effort continues. Nobody sleeps. Children don't sleep. Children aren't getting food. Children aren't getting the medical care they need. You can help them sleep. You can help them get the medical care. You can help them eat. And that's through dollars right now, which is what UNICEF needs. and Nelly and her staff and staff around the world.
Right.
UNICEF's not a U.S. organization. It's a worldwide organization that depends wholly on your donations. And you need to do that right now, online. Go to the website, and QR code, donate what you can. Let's get Robert Mosky and his pledge done with, $930. Let's do that in the next half hour. I dare you. And I dare you to help the children who need your help. So, not sure, Chris, if you are there. Nelly, I want to thank you again.
Thank you.
I'm sure we're going to have you back. We have a lot to talk about.
Yes, this has been so wonderful. And if it's okay, if I might add
Sure.
to what you just said, one of the things that has been so inspiring about this initiative, a lot of us, I think, as we're watching what's been unfolding, have felt helpless, myself included. I sit in my home with my 3 kids that I can hug, and I wonder, what can I do? But we're not helpless. There are organizations like UNICEF and our partners who are doing wonderful work. And what's been so inspiring is to see the way that people have stepped up for children they may never meet, for programs they may never see, but because we all agree that this is wrong. Children are the victims here, and this is wrong. And it really is on all of us to be there for them, and it's on all of us to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect their rights to childhood, to a safe childhood. So I just want to thank you and everybody who has supported, and I think we really can get to this wonderful goal that you've set. We all just need to chip in with it for it.
That's
so thank
great.
you.
Chris, what do you got over there?
It's amazing. We've already raised over $13,000, and there's much more to be raised. We're trying to reach a big goal, but I know it's possible. When Nelly talked about the 3.5 million children still in Ukraine, who still haven't gotten out, who are still victims of this traumatizing event, it really touches us, and I think we need to encourage others to donate. The link is right below, and you can go to our QR code on the right-hand corner there. To donate more money to this incredible cause. Thank you so much, Nelly, for enlightening us. It's really good to be able to hear a lot of the organizational and logistics behind it, because then it gives us insight to knowing that our money is going somewhere, and that our money is actually touching the people and helping them. And so one of the things that I want to bring and play next is actually what's called a child's eye view of the war that's happening in Ukraine. And it's a very moving testimony as this child shows us what's going on, and hopefully this will encourage you to open up your wallets a little further and donate and be generous.
Коли ми їхали, то там були вже згорілі машини, деякі машини розстріляли з дітками.
Малий знав, що на нас напали.
Я зразу сказав, що війна. І стріляють, бомблять, і треба ховатися.
Коли пролетів дуже-дуже низько літак, тоді мені було щось в шлунку погано, я блював.
Це був стрес, дуже серйозний стрес. І дитина, і прямо рвота була, і біль. Дитина стогнала півдня, здається. Найстрашніше до евакуації. Напевно, коли було чути, як стріляли. Дуже було страшно. Єдине, так. Страшно було, що взагалі зайдуть і до будинку і будуть нас виводити, про що ми чули.
Коли ми їхали, то я відчував, що можуть бути неприємності. Коли були оці блокпости, я був наляканий дуже.
Люди просилися підсісти там до Києва, але в нас була переповнена машина, ми вже нікого не могли взяти.
Угу. А скільки вас виїхало от машин?
7.
Нас зустріли дуже тепло, нагодували зараз, і як тільки тато відлагодить автомобіль, ми далі рушимо.
Our 18-hour live stream, and my name is Chris Au, and I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia, on behalf of Virtual Concert Halls. We are 13 hours into our 18-hour live broadcast. We've raised $13,000 and more, and we still need more. We still need more support, and as you can see from the video we just played, there is a lot more that we can still do. Roger Badesch who's coming to us from the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art in Chicago, was just interviewing Nelly, and Nelly was telling us that 3.5 million children are still in Ukraine. They're still there, and they haven't been able to get out, and that doesn't include their parents, their support network, their relatives, and there's so many people who are displaced at the moment who need your help. And this is, as we were talking about before, not just a 18-hour event where we raise money and then we're done. This is a decade-long game where there is a lot of support and need for donations and for money to help these people, help these children of Ukraine. So there's a lot to be done, and Roger Badesch, speaking of things to be done, is coming to us live from Chicago, Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. It's been a long haul for all of you, and I know Steve is there in the background and working on different guests and everything that's happening. We have ABC and CBS live TV broadcasts as well, and here we are online on all the social media platforms, from YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. How's everything going over there?
Boy, I'm glad, Chris, that you know all of those web pages, websites, whatever they are, because I do Facebook and Twitter, and I forgot, Instagram.
Oh, nice.
But, if I knew what I was really doing, I'd be dangerous. So I'm glad that you helped out our audience, letting them know not just where they can watch us, but where they can get the information they need in order to go online and donate. Yep. This is, UNICEF deals with problems all over the world. They deal with the children all over the world. This need in Ukraine is immediate. It's now. We can see it every day on the TV, on the internet. And that's why this fundraiser and the work that the TV stations are doing over in the other section of this hall of the museum is so vitally important. And people all over the world are seeing you, they're seeing me, they're seeing Anna, and we're putting out the call to have you donate to the children and the operations of UNICEF, specifically in Ukraine right now. Sure, their needs around the world are still needed. That will never go away. Your donations, your help goes a long way every day around the world. We need your help right now in Ukraine. The children need your help right now in Ukraine.
Definitely. And you can donate down here. And as I'm getting better at this, the QR codes are on the corner. And also there's one on this. Oh, no, that side. No, this side. Right there as well. Yeah.
I'm going to do this one because that's where my finger is right now. That's the best I can do.
So QR codes are everywhere for your convenience and for accessibility, so you can just scan it and donate whatever you can. We really appreciate every dollar. And as Nelly mentioned, every dollar really counts and does contribute to the cause. There's so much devastation happening over there, and children are really displaced. And it's a very shocking time. I can't imagine that happening to me at such an early age and having to survive and come to a new country. I know there are a lot of refugees who are in the US at the moment too, and they have to readapt, get used to a new country, new place, new language, new everything. And so it's a difficult time for many people, but particularly for these children who are lost and need to find a new home, a place to feel comfortable, a new place of belonging on this really difficult journey. And so here to support them, we actually have a video from Elegy Studio, and there are a lot of children singing and dancing for these students, and hopefully this will encourage you to donate more, as there's a sense of hope that there are organizations in the US and all around the world which support children, and hopefully, you know, use this medium of arts and communication and narrative and storytelling to express themselves, but also kind of express the deep hurts. A lot of children out there may not have their fathers and see their mothers ever again, and it's a very sad time. But I think through the medium of arts, we're able to really give a lot of closure, and at least they're able to express themselves. So, yeah.
Before you run to that, Chris, real quick, you know, we've been talking about this challenge from Robert Mosky, $3,000 challenge. It was 9:30 just a few minutes ago. Now we're at 7:40. Come on, people.
Almost there.
I mean, seriously, how much do you spend on Amazon Prime? How much do you spend on your cable hookup?
Yeah.
Please. You're hearing it from me, but you've been watching these videos and hearing from the people who are there, who've been through it. If that doesn't make you feel like you can help the world, I don't know what is. So we're at 7:40, and I know that we can do it by the end of the half hour. I think I gave that about 10, 15 minutes ago. So in another 15 minutes, let's make that go away. Let's get that money from Mr. Mosky, bless you, the 3,000, and then we can move on from there. Appreciate it. Chris, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. And so Elegy Studio was established in 2016, and they've just been bestowing this love for song and dance to all their students ever since. So we're going to hear a video from them, and let's roll it.
Діти плачуть, діти гинуть по нашій землі.
Що ж таке на цій планеті, коїться, поясни. Молись за нас, поки живі, як не стане нас, продовжуй йти. Облога триває, а ми просим, світе, поможи. Співаємо для України, усі разом, як єдине. Співаємо для України, здіймаємо голос без зупину. Від Харкова до Львова, з Києва до Одеси, для України співаємо. Для України співаємо. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, we never wanted war.
Under attack, but we're fighting back. It shakes us to our core.
Bombs drop from the sky as thousands die in white. Little girls and boys, generations destroyed. We sing for Ukraine, all together, one forever. We sing for Ukraine. Raise your voices, never let up. From Kharkiv to Lviv, Ukraine.
Wow, you just heard from Elegy Art Studio, and they presented a beautiful video singing and dancing, showing us and showing their support for Ukraine and UNICEF USA. We are very close. We are $240 from raising enough money to reach the challenge of $3,000 by a very special donor and sponsor of this. We also, I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia, but our operation is all around the world. And if you're watching from a live stream, we encourage you to comment and interact with us. Let us know if you have any questions. We are currently embarking more than halfway through this journey of 18 hours fundraising live stream. It's been really fun to see everything going. We've been interviewing guests. Steve over there in Chicago has been interviewing people. We just had Robert Badesch, who's a co-anchor, and there's a lot that's happening. We are going to encourage you once more to donate. The link, there's a QR code right here which you can scan and donate, and there's also a link which you can click on or type onto your browser, and it's unicefusa.org/streaming. And I'm going to pivot now, as I'm told we have the Pritzker Museum and gallery ready for us. It's a military museum, and there are a lot of historians and other people ready to present a discussion. So I'm going to pivot to that right now and see where we go from there.
And I believe we're expecting Consul General Sergei Kolodov from the Ukrainian Consulate. Welcome. Please take a moment to silence your cell phones. Questions may be submitted to circulating staff members on the cards provided at registration, or for those joining us via live stream, posted online in the Q&A feed. And now, introducing our panelists. Lieutenant Colonel Alex S. Vindman, retired, is the former Director for European Affairs for the U.S. National Security Council, a doctoral student and Foreign Policy Institute Fellow at Hopkins University, School of Advanced International Studies, the Pritzker Military Fellow at Lawfare Institute, a non-resident fellow at the University of Pennsylvania's Perry World House, and the author of the memoir, Here, Right Matters. And I'm not sure what he does in his free time. Ambassador Ian Kelly is the ambassador in residence at Northwestern University. He is a retired senior foreign service officer who last served as the U.S. ambassador to Georgia from 2015 to 2018. He previously served as the U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Ambassador Kelly has held a variety of high-level roles at the U.S. State Department, including serving as the department spokesman under Secretary Hillary Clinton and as director of the Office of Russian Affairs. He holds a PhD in Slavic languages and literatures from Columbia University. Ambassador Kelly. Professor Richard Farkas has been teaching at DePaul for over 40 years. He holds an honorary degree from Corvinus University and has lectured in Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Hungary, and Croatia. His research compares strategies for political and economic development in post-communist and post-conflict countries, and he received Fulbright Awards to work on State Department projects in Ukraine in 2015 and 2021. Professor Farkas has consulted for some of the largest corporations in the U.S. and has appeared frequently on U.S. and international media. Our panel is moderated by Dr. Matthew S. Muehlbauer, Chief Military Historian of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. Dr. Muehlbauer has served on the faculty of a number of civilian and military schools, including the United States Military Academy. Dr. Muehlbauer is the author of several publications, including Ways of War, American Military History from the Colonial Era to the 21st Century, co-authored with Dr. David J. Albrecht, and has presented his academic work at a number of conferences and venues. Dr. Muehlbauer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Susan Rifkin. And thank you, gentlemen, for joining me here today. It's wonderful to have you here. A lot has happened over the past 2 months. So I'd like to begin by reviewing and assessing the military operations in the Ukrainian war since the Russian invasion of late February. And as the former military officer here, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, I was hoping you would begin with that discussion.
Sure. Happy to do that, and I feel a little bit out of place because there are 3 doctors here. I'm just an aspiring doctor, so it's been from a kind of an intellectual standpoint, it's been a fascinating war to watch unfold. The expectations from the Russians certainly were for a lightning campaign to encircle cities and compel the political leadership of Ukraine to give up power, put in a puppet regime, and leave. Those were deeply flawed from conception, that the Ukrainians would not resist, that they would be welcomed in the case of the way Vladimir Putin presented it to his own military leadership, and that this was going to be a costless war. In fact, it's been an extremely costly war in terms of both lives lost and the likely ramifications for Russia for the foreseeable future. You have unprecedented sanctions unfolding with regards to isolating Russia, and on top of that, you have a mass exodus of private corporations and intellectual capital, a lot of people fleeing. So immediately we see that this war was poorly conceived from the beginning. The adjustments on the battlefield have also been stark. The initial campaign envisioned really a lightly supplied force seizing objectives and then eventually resupply coming through without significant impediments. As the Ukrainians bottled up the Russians outside of the cities, the Russians started to burn through their fuel, food, and ammunition, called for resupply. The Russians, and as the Russians pushed forward these unsecured logistics convoys, the Ukrainians destroyed massive quantities of Russian material, both on the front lines with regards to these frontline formations, but also the material support required to sustain these elements. So very slowly, the Russians have come around to learning the lessons of the first week of that war. It took them another 4 weeks or so to catch up and recognize that the Russian army, the Russian military, does not have the combat power to seize all these objectives in total. So these big sweeps of military formations coming in from the north, the northeast, and the south is unsustainable. And eventually they did, in about week 5, what they probably should have done after week 1, which is they withdrew back to secure supply lines and focused in on a phased approach, going for intermediate military objectives, and potentially, in my view, is if they are successful with these intermediate military objectives, they will build off of them and move forward. So what that means is the northern access is suspended. I wouldn't call it an ended operation. I think this is is currently shaping up to be a protracted war. So all those forces may very well return in the near future. But what they're doing is they're taking all those different prongs and consolidating them really into 2 major offensives, both of them focused on the Donbass, the Eastern campaign. What the Russians still fail to realize is that this is from Kharkiv to the city of, oh my gosh, it'll come back to me in a second. It's an 800-kilometer front from Kharkiv all the way down to Mykolaiv. So 800-kilometer front, that is a huge amount of territory. And what looks like that, now after the Russians suffered significant losses, somewhere on the order of 30 to 40 battalion tactical groups, 40,000 troops no longer in the fight, probably more than that, frankly. I'd say it's probably closer to 60 based on the casualty rates, the deaths, and the wounded in action. Russia probably could muster maybe 60, at the most 90 battalion tactical groups. And the kind of the military math on this is each one of those is capable of covering about 1,000 meters. So just doing the mismatch between what the Russians can do at maximum which is cover about 90 to 100 kilometers. They have an 800-kilometer front. This is going to be a hard campaign, even if they're hyper-focused. But for me, it's too close to call, because the Russians do have technological advantages. They have air power. They have an enormous abundance of artillery. And the Russians have inflicted losses on Ukraine. And those losses are on critical systems, whether they're the unmanned aerial vehicles or the artillery systems. So this next phase of the war is in a lot of ways more dangerous than the first phase, because the first one is based on flawed assumptions. The Russians never really had the means to achieve their objectives. This is a much more realistic grab for the Russians. And if the Russians are successful here, again, it's a recipe for protracted war.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Dr. Farkas, would you like to comment on military operations?
Well, yes, in a broader sense, I hope. My sense, what strikes me most about the campaign generally was the degree to which the Russian military or political establishment didn't acknowledge or didn't embrace, really, the major technological advances that they were facing in the campaign. You know, I don't know much about military tactics and maneuvering, but when the history is written about the campaign, I think it's going to be perfectly clear that they didn't account for all of those innovations. The decision to invade, probably when the history is written, will identify a dozen different miscalculations that the establishment in Moscow made. But I think the major one is this inability to understand how technology so quickly changed the environment. Satellites, the ability or the reality that this was going to be an environment in which there were massive efforts at global journalism, and the entire world was going to be watching, I mean, live. The whole notion, my favorite is the notion about what I call internet insecurity. The fact that all of these Russian young people in uniform have cell phones and have no discipline whatsoever in the course of using those cell phones. So from a military perspective, you've got a real problem on your hands when you say, we're over here, and the soldiers are sending messages home to their families that we're over here. And it happened in Syria, it's happened in a number of places. It strikes me that the adjustments that are essential for effective military operations simply were ignored. And the bottom line is that they have run into all manner of problems as a consequence.
There's actually something I'd like to follow up there, but before I do, Ambassador Kelly, do you want to make some comments on the military operations?
You know, just very, very briefly, I think that there was a tremendous failure of intelligence, and I mean in the sense of information, of course, in that I think that Putin really believed that with a full-on invasion, that the leadership in Kyiv would simply pack up and go. I don't think he totally underestimated Volodymyr Zelensky. And I think, you know, all of us really underestimated him. But I think that was probably the biggest failure, and I think that is because of the closed system that Putin is in, that he doesn't have the kind of process that Alex knows about, where you have an interagency process and you get different points of view and you try to, you know, work out an approach to an issue. That obviously didn't happen with this. And they got absolutely whacked because of the morale of the Ukrainians, because of their esprit. And the result was what Alex described, these disastrous losses.
If I could add just one more thing about technology, you know, it seems to me that the Russians either underestimated their own muscle or they really don't understand how effectively they could have used cyber in the environment.
Okay, so that's fascinating because I find that fascinating because before the Russian invasion of February, a lot of people are talking about the Russian use of cyber, of social media, of disinformation, and how incredibly effective that was. So what should we make of that now? And Colonel Vindman, we'll start with you, and then we'll go back to Professor Farkas last week, Kelly.
I think it's interesting to mention that I think there was a failure in leadership or intelligence in Russia, but there was also a deep kind of Russian chauvinism about Russian power and the inferiority of the countries around Russia's periphery. That was that was really what shaped the battle plan. That was, you know, because even in our system, the political leadership provides direction for these strategic plans. The military just doesn't go and start planning on its own. The political class has to give some parameters on what's in bounds, what's out of bounds. In the case of Russia, it was Vladimir Putin basically saying, you know, this is a plan for a sharp offensive. The the Ukrainian people are not going to be there. Russians will be welcomed in. And that, you know, I think ultimately we'll blame the military for this. They deserve quite a bit of it, but I think it's the political leadership and political chauvinism for the Russian elites that were responsible for this.
Yeah, you know, it's important for folks to remember that before the war started, the president, Zelensky, was facing the typical problems that politicians have in more democratic countries. He wasn't the singular most popular character. There were lots of criticisms and dissidents in the system. Cyber had the potential to undermine the confidence that some Ukrainians would have had in the performance of the government, and they passed on that opportunity.
I think part of this is that the operational concepts, the warfighting concepts, like new generation warfare, these are things that have been well considered in academic circles, but nobody's tried to implement this on a large scale. I mean, little bits and pieces have been employed in Syria. They've used, you know, combination of electronic warfare, precision fires, also, but Ukraine is the largest country in Europe. And to try to assemble all these pieces, even though this war the planning for this started a year ago. It started in the spring. To assemble all these pieces and bring them to bear in an effective way, you can't really do that probably there'll be some good studies on this, but you can't do that in a Russian military where really the competencies lie at the top layer, and you can't rely on your operational commanders. They don't have the trained staff to start to operationalize some of these concepts, whether that's electronic warfare or figure out how to synchronize or conduct cyber operations. I think there's also a different component with regard to cyber. It's that there's no such thing as a surgical cyber operation. The potential for spillover is high. So in those early days, if the assumption was that this was going to be easy, they didn't have to rely on cyber. They could just roll in and conduct it later, or not do it at all and not have to risk spillover into NATO and spillover into the U.S. That could have been part of the reasons why cyber is marginal.
There's one other possibility, and that is that the Russians might have assessed that the Ukrainians had made such progress in their own cyber capabilities that the Russians might actually be disadvantaged if it came to that kind of an assault.
Well, there's something to that because, frankly, there has been some reporting on, Cyber Command and the National Security Agency operating to support Ukraine remotely, and I think there were defensive cyber operations to probably neutralize some of Russia's efforts along the way.
Gentlemen, thank you. That's a great discussion about military ops and cyber and technology. What I'd like to do is talk about how's the war been impacting the Ukrainian people and how are they coping with the death and destruction and chaos of the war. And I'd like to include the question of refugees, both those still within the borders of Ukraine and those displaced to other countries such as Poland. I was thinking, Professor Farkas, why don't we start with you on this?
Knowledge about the socio-psychological impact, I think, will take a very long time to sort out empirically. I mean, for us to really know. I only have impressions about that. My impressions are from a number of visits over the last 10 years or so, that it's very, very much, in my mind at least, generationally different one from the other. The seniors that I meet, I was working in 2015 on an anti-corruption project in Western Ukraine. The seniors I would meet, I would characterize as, and I know generalizations are always very vulnerable, but the seniors I meet were very short-sighted. It was about the immediate circumstances they found themselves in. And that was in sharp contrast to the university-age people with whom I dealt fairly prolifically. For them, there was an incredible optimism about the future, and it was a function very clearly of the fact that they saw the changes in Ukraine taking place that enabled them to feel like participants, not just in Ukrainian society, but in European society. So they were grasping the notion that their educations were actually innovated enough, reformed enough, liberal enough to give them mobility, essentially. And it was very uplifting. It was hard to find a university student, at least in Western Ukraine, that was in some ways skeptical about where all of this was going and what their opportunities were going to be. Then I think if we look at that, without forgetting the young kids, the ones that are affected by all of this thing, who are school-age kids or even preschool kids, there I think any effort that we make to neglect the importance of the impact on them would be very much displaced. We have no idea what the immobility, the movement, the fear, the anxiety, the loss of their friends and their schools, I think all of that is likely to have a very dramatic effect. And when we get to talking about where we go from here, that figures into my sense about what we should be doing very squarely. But I would say this, that it's just my impression, but universities have a critical place in Ukraine in both a pragmatic and a symbolic way. That those universities and the innovation that you find in Ukrainian universities is about hope for the society at large.
Great. Thank you, Professor. Ambassador Kelly, would you like to talk about impact on the Ukrainian society, refugee issues?
Well, I mean, it's had a tremendous impact. I think if you look at the estimates, it's estimated that about 1/4 of the Ukrainian population has had to leave their homes, either relocate in a safer area in Ukraine or relocate to one of the neighboring countries. And the percentage for children is even higher. It's more like half. So in the short term, obviously there's a big humanitarian impact, and that's going to put pressure, I think, as well on the neighboring countries. But what's really, I think, interesting is if you look at Putin's tactics, I mean, clearly he is targeting concentrations of civilians. And this is, I think it's terrorism, and it's designed to put political pressure on the leadership to try and, to get them to say, I can't take any more of this, you're killing too many people, let's make a deal. And that's just not happening, and I don't think it will happen. And again, that's a failure of an intelligence estimate to Putin, that this kind of tactic would work with Zelensky and his government. But I think it's also had a real impact on the will to resist among Ukrainians. They, there's this whole kind of ethno-nationalist mysticism that Putin has about the Russia world, and Ukraine is historically Russian territory. What he doesn't really appreciate is the Ukrainians do not want to live under Putin's regime. They have plenty, as Alex knows, they have plenty of family contacts with Russians, and they share cultural traditions, and the Ukrainians are bilingual. But what they don't want is they don't want to live under Putinism. And this is why they rose up in 2013 when Viktor Yanukovych said, I'm not going to sign an association agreement with the EU. Instead, I'm going to go with Putin and the billions of dollars he's going to give us, because we're going to join a customs union. It's an absolute failure that he did not see that this is all about the way Ukrainians want to live and what government they want to have. And he's getting exactly the opposite reaction that he wanted to get, which was he thought that Ukrainians would welcome their big brothers back. And
not even close. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, would you like to add?
Sure. So this war is disproportionately being the brunt of this war is being suffered by the civilian population, and I think that's clearly intentional. I think Russia's way of war is that if you attack the foundations of support for the military, the society, that's how you win. You could see that play out in a place like Chechnya and the destruction, complete leveling of Grozny. You could see that in campaigns in Syria and destruction of Aleppo. Georgia, fortunately, didn't have to suffer the same kind of devastating attacks, but it was under threat. That was what the looming threat was in Georgia also. So I think for Russia, these are legitimate, what I've referred to as morale targets. You crush the will of the population to resist, and thereby bring a conclusion to the war. The refugee situation is, I think in part, you could see the way Vladimir Putin is leveraging human beings, whether it's taking hundreds of thousands, or it looks like hundreds of thousands at this point, or at least he has aspirations to take hundreds of thousands of people and move them into not very densely populated populations in Russia, to plus up the Russian population. These are the kinds of people he wanted. The part of this whole war is to gain 40 million, Slavic Ukrainians, part of the same faith tradition, cultural tradition, and so forth. But there's also an objective that in not being able to secure all of Ukraine, making Ukraine a failed state in that 25% of the population is internally displaced, half of that is in Europe. And I think he's looking to make Ukraine a failed state because of the exit of refugees, with the understanding that large portions of those folks may not return, depending on how this war comes. So these are all paths to increments of what he might call a victory. But it's it's something that we should have foreseen. The estimates were quite clear that there would be massive refugee flows out of this confrontation, and that we could have done much more in terms of setting conditions for those refugees. That we should be doing a lot more to sustain refugee populations, because I think when you talk about 10% increase in Poland's population, that's unsustainable in terms of impacts on the budget. And then in terms of folks, whether that's parolees coming to the United States, 100 to 125,000 people coming to the United States, we're really hardly making any progress on bringing those folks over. These things are again completely foreseeable. But our minds to these issues, the expectation that Russians will win very quickly and Ukrainians may not flow out. But your point on failures of intelligence, I think some failures of supply chain too.
We've been watching and listening to a presentation from the Pritzker Military Museum and Library on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and that was a very enlightening discussion featuring three very distinguished gentlemen. You saw their names on the screen, including Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. And we were very delighted to be able to get permission from the Pritzker Military Museum and Library to do that. We thought it was an appropriate discussion to have, and the three gentlemen are very distinguished, and we are happy to have brought it to you. If you're just tuning in, this is a fundraiser for UNICEF, the work that they're doing in Ukraine. And we're trying to raise money for the work they're doing. You heard all three panelists discussing the dire situation, the miscalculations of the Russians, but they may have miscalculated all they want, but they've caused enormous and tragic damage to people, infrastructure, and the way of life in Ukraine. So it's an incredible situation, and we are trying to do a little something about it here with this 18-hour stream. We've raised quite a bit of money, and we are going to send it directly to Ukraine. We're not sending it. It goes directly to Ukraine. When you go to the website that you see on your screen, or you go use the QR code, you're taken to UNICEF's Pledge Central. not ours. And you'll fill out a form like you've done millions of times on other sites. It takes about a minute. You can contribute whatever you want. We have a challenge, however, from a very generous gentleman, Robert Mosky, just not that long ago, surprised us with a $3,000 challenge. And he said that for every dollar that we raise after he made the challenge, he's going to match it until we hit the $3,000. And I'm pleased to say that we only have, where did I put it, $713 left on that challenge. So, Robert, we're more than 2/3 of the way to making your challenge, and we hope to get there as soon as we can. Now, we have Anna in the other room. She's not in the other room. She's actually in Virginia. Anna, what's up?
Yeah, and I keep trying to get your attention. Steve, you have not refreshed your browser for a while, and I just refreshed the browser on the donation page on the UNICEF website, and we made the challenge.
No, I have to correct you on that. Robert entered his...
No, we are past the point. We were supposed to get to 11,000, and we got to 11,310. Refresh your browser.
Well, actually, no. I mean,
yeah,
so
and then
go ahead.
No,
we're at 13,000 actually. If you take a close look, Carol.
Yeah, 14,310. That's what my browser says. I just refreshed it.
14,310.
Yes.
14,310. You see, but you have to subtract
3,000.
Yeah, and what do you get?
And you get 11,310, and we were supposed to meet 11,000.
No, 11,500.
No, you said 11. Oh.
No, we started at 8,500. The point is we're very darn close. We started at 8,500, so 8,500 and 3,000 is 11,500, right? Am I right? 8?
Oh,
9,
yeah, I thought it was
10,
at 8,000 we started. It was a long day. My apology.
So wherever we are, we're very, very close to that. And that's the important thing. I mean, we can quibble over this, but it doesn't really matter because Robert Mosky's challenge was very meaningful and very to us, and we're grateful that he did it. I hope you enjoyed that panel discussion. I wish we could have taken the whole thing, but it's going on a little bit too long because we are in the middle of a fundraiser. I'd like to thank the Pritzker Military Museum and Library for giving us permission to take that very live feed from just in another part of town on Michigan Avenue. So there you have it. We are just a little bit short of making our $3,000 challenge goal from Robert Mosky. And Anna, if you want to come back on, we can discuss where we should go from here. We have a couple of people that we're going to be interviewing a little later tonight, but one of them is Victoria Cooper, who is doing an interview in another studio. We'll have her in soon, and we have other people. We also have a very gifted cellist. Jan Maxson will be here in a few minutes, and he knows that it's not a music event. It's not a recital. It's not a music fundraiser, but he's going to play something for us that he thinks is very appropriate. He's a beautiful, wonderful cellist, and we'll talk to him, of course, as well. Anna, where should we go from here? What do you recommend we show on the screen? We have so much to choose from. We do have that brand new 1-minute video. Is that ready? The guy from State Farm? Do you have that?
Give us thumbs up. I believe it was ready. Let me see if our team is ready to show that video. Yes, we are ready. That's a new one, and it's a news which just came in while we were streaming.
It's only a minute, and it's very good.
Hi, my name is Andy Niebuhr. I'm the local State Farm agent in Riverwoods, Illinois. Just wanted to let everybody know that my team and office put together a huge clothing drive for all the new Ukrainian refugee families that are coming into our area. We've probably had maybe 50 new families come in the past week, which started off as what I thought was a very small idea has turned into a huge project. So many people have donated baby wipes, clothes, baby furniture, kitchen essentials, pretty much anything you can think of. We have huge amounts of clothing racks in the back of new and gently used items, shoes, because all these new families that are coming into the area pretty much only have the clothes on their backs, so we're trying to help out as many as possible. So we're still accepting donations. We do need some more folding tables and clothing racks because we have so many clothes but not enough racks to put them on, as well as volunteers. So we just had probably 30 people leave. We cleared out the area, and we're getting ready for the next wave.
Indeed. I love that. That just came in a moment ago. a couple of minutes ago, we were able to put that up, and that's wonderful. It kind of reminds me of what we've been hearing on quite a different level from the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America, because they wanted to do the same thing. They wanted to send medical supplies to Ukraine, and they started in somebody's office, Dr. Gordon. That didn't contain it, so they moved to a garage, and more supplies kept coming in, medical. The garage didn't hold them very long, so they moved to a warehouse in Chicago, which was all donated, and they have now sent 3 plane loads of medicine and emergency medical devices to Ukraine, totaling 250 tons. So it started in someone's little office a few weeks ago, has exploded, and it's the same thing with this gentleman at State Farm. He started something small, and then it's mushroomed. So that can happen. Now, Anna, I did a little math. So we're about $220 shy of the goal. So we have virtually made the challenge.
We are close.
Yep.
So let's make it. Let's hope our viewers put their hands together and go to that QR code right there, or to the URL, which you can see right at the bottom of the screen. Please help us meet the goal. We are only $220 short to meet the challenge. And Steve, I'm going to pass the baton to Chris for a while. I've been here for now 16 hours. No. Well, many hours. So I need a little break. So Chris will take my place and step in on behalf of Virtual Concert Halls and our team and do the co-hosting for a while. So I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. And now let's go to, what do you suggest? What video do we suggest? We do have a collage video from UNICEF, the one down at the bottom of the sheet. It is this one. It is UNICEF 10. It's about 5 minutes. Chris, what do you think?
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's roll that.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the Blue Dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF Blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the 2 containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. these two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids' moms. We're passing off the blue dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the blue dots so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this blue dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
This is full of people who've come, are trying to get out of Ukraine because the conflict won't end. And it's surrounded by toys, by food, by volunteers, by gifts from everyday Ukrainians who just can't do enough. But it's also got kids like Alvira, who doesn't know where she's from, but knows she loves her hometown, doesn't know which country she's going to, but knows she doesn't want to leave. But while conflict continues, that's the reality. And while that's the reality, we need to support. Thank you.
Today, 7.5 million children in Ukraine need to find safe water, shelter, and warmth. Show them the world cares. Support UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine.
To our 18-hour live broadcast, and we are probably reaching about 14 hours of our 18 hours, and I'm coming to you live from Sydney, Australia. Steve Robinson's coming to you from Chicago's Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. He's been interviewing many guests. If you were tuning in before, we were at the Pritzker Museum and Gallery listening to a conversation amongst ambassadors, lieutenant colonels, and many important people who have a very wide and vast knowledge of the area. The Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art has been very generous in allowing us to use their galleries to host certain their broadcasts, and we are a virtual concert halls and internet TV live broadcast show and facilitation service, and it's our pleasure to facilitate the UNICEF USA live stream in order to raise money for them. And if you're curious about what they're doing over there, as well as donating themselves, feel free to press on this, go into the QR code there. There's also a website that you can sign into. It's unicefusa.org/streaming. We have many guests lined up and a lot of people who are more than happy to share their story and witness and perspective. This includes some guests that are going to be coming to us in Chicago. Steve Robinson, a legendary broadcaster for public radio and classical music, has been incredibly generous with his efforts in bringing a lot of people to share a lot of their stories and their background. Later on, we're going to have a cellist, Russian-born Chicago cellist by the name of Ian Maxson, and we'll also have Victoria Cooper, who is a digital marketing manager. We previously had people from UNICEF USA, including the digital philanthropist, the head of philanthropist, director of philanthropy in UNICEF USA. So, Steve, I'm going to bring you back on to the show to talk to us about what you're doing and how you're doing over there, all the way in Chicago.
modern art, and we're very delighted to be here because this institution is over 50 years old. They've donated not only this gallery that we're in now, but also the gallery across the way where the Illinois Broadcasters Association and all of the member stations and TV stations and radio stations have been broadcasting all day long. And we're very grateful for the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art for that. We're also very grateful for our listeners and people watching on this stream, because we have raised now something like $13,000, a little over $14,000. We had a $3,000 match from Robert Mosky, and we're just 100 or two away from that. So Robert, we have made that match, and we thank you for that. We'll get there in a minute or two, but I wanted to congratulate everyone for helping us. And I wanted to thank Robert Mosky very much for that generous match. Nothing works better in a pledge drive than a match. But this is different than a pledge drive. I've produced and anchored over 100 pledge drives for public radio stations in my career, and music, classical music and jazz radio stations, but this is just a little different. I never felt like crying in the middle of any of those 100 pledge drives. This one, you have to kind of hold it back, because everything you see, the videos we've been playing, they're so moving and touching, and we've had 8-year-olds who are doing videos for us where they say that I'm in the basement, I can't go out, I can't see my friends, I don't know where my parents are, I'm scared, but I know we're going to win this war, and I want our country to be free. When you hear that, it's a little bit, it tugs pretty strongly at your heart. And everybody has been very generous so far in pledging, because they said we're over $14,000. We're going to be here till 11 p.m. Central Time, so until midnight if you're listening on the East Coast. And we do thank everybody for their pledges. Again, you have the place to make your pledge to UNICEF. It's there on the screen. If not, it will be very shortly. You also have that little QR code up in the corner of the screen. So go to that, and let's make this drive as successful as possible. Chris, I know you have some videos that we can play. We've been playing. We just got a brand new one, the fellow from State Farm in a northern suburb of Chicago. I'd even like to air that again, because it just is something about the way he started small, and he's doing food, he's doing clothing donations for some of the refugees, the kids in Chicago. Right down the street at St. Nicholas Catholic School, there are 40 kids who've come from Ukraine. They're not technically refugees, but they're here. They've had to take them in. They welcome them. They're adding faculty so they can deal with them properly, and it's just remarkable. Let's run. Do we have that video from State Farm?
Absolutely. We have this video, and his name is Andy Niebuhr, and he's a State Farm insurance agent from Riverwoods, Illinois, and he's doing an amazing work there. And so let's hear from him.
Hi, my name is Andy Niebuhr. I'm the local State Farm agent in Riverwoods, Illinois. Just wanted to let everybody know that my team and office put together a huge clothing drive for all the new Ukrainian refugee families that are coming into our area. We've probably had maybe 50 new families coming in the past week, which started off as what I thought was a very small idea, has turned into a huge project. So many people have donated baby wipes, clothes, baby furniture, kitchen essentials, pretty much anything you can think of. We have huge amounts of clothing racks in the back of new and gently used items, shoes, because all these new families that are coming into the area pretty much only have the clothes on their backs, so we're trying to help out as many as possible. So we're still accepting donations. We do need some more folding tables and clothing racks, because we have so many clothes but not enough racks to put them on, as well as volunteers. So we just had probably 30 people leave. We cleared out the area, and we're getting ready for the next wave.
Wow, that's an incredible effort there by Andy. Yeah.
And again, that reminded me of the gentleman who was in here earlier, actually two people from the Ukrainian American Medical Association of North America. And what they did was very similar on a different scale. They started their medical association in Ukraine, in America. They're a national organization. And they said, maybe we can gather some medicine and particularly surgical needs that might be of use in Ukraine. It started in Dr. Gordon's office. Well, that didn't last long because they kept getting, so they moved to somebody's garage. And then from the garage, that didn't last too long, somebody donated a warehouse. And now, and this has just been in a matter of weeks, They have just sent the third airplane to Poland with a total of 250 million tons of medical supplies for Ukraine. And just like this gentleman from State Farm, his little idea mushroomed. And it just shows the generosity of people from all over the world who are trying to do something to help this tragic situation, which is an uncalled for invasion. And it's just, we have run out of words to describe the horror of what's going on, but you can help, and we're trying to do our little bit here. You can go to that code there, the URL, unicef.usa.org/streaming, and make your contribution to what we're doing here. I think, Chris, we have a longer video.
Yeah, so we're going to be hopping on to our next segment, our next session for this live stream. We are about 14 hours into our 18 hours, and we're going to be hopping on to the next session. And so stay on this channel for those who are watching, and we'll be updating you with the next session very, very shortly. And so we're going to end today with a really incredible testimony from videos of people who are actually there, and they're children by the name of Artem, Dima, and Ilya, and they're telling us their story. Their time there, and it's very heartbreaking to see these children not living out their normal childhood, but to have to suffer this kind of trauma and kind of shock. We will be playing this video and hopping to our next session, and so we'll see you soon over there. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to donate. We are trying to donate as much money as possible. Every dollar counts, and as we heard from the director of Philanthropy, UNICEF, Nelly Ingraham, their buying power is massive, so every dollar really does count and does contribute a lot to what they're able to achieve. So thank you for all your generosity, and we'll see you in the next session very shortly.
Всім привіт, мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. У мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися, всякий в підвал ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Hi, my name is Dima. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if my friends alive or not, because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kyiv, my family left in Kyiv, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав, чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики. Спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто війна – це страшна штука. дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходити за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією.
Hello everyone, this is Enrique from UNICEF. I'm reporting from the Moldova-Ukraine border at the town of Palanca, where UNICEF has set up a Blue Dot. The Blue Dot provides services such as psychosocial support for the families that are coming from Ukraine. There are social workers, there are psychologists. It also provides child-friendly spaces for the children who come to be able to play and rest and have a minimum of normality in their current struggle.
Dar cel mai mult facem terapie prin joc, deja ținând cont de copil, cât de gata el este să se încadreze în activitate cu noi. Ținând cont și de vârstă, ținând cont și de localitatea de unde vine copilul, copiii vin diferiți, emoțional diferit. Starea lor emoțională este diferită. Unii copii sunt stresați și nu se lasă de mămici, se țin de mămica și noi nu putem să intervenim, nu avem niciun drept să-l atragem din brațele mamei nici ca acum. Unii copii sunt mai descătușați, unii copii poate să vină și să așeze și doar are nevoie să deseneze, el rămâne el cu gândurile lui și colorează ceea ce el simte. Alți copii se încadrează în activități foarte ușor. Ei sunt foarte deschiși, pentru noi este foarte ușor să lucrăm cu ei pentru că noi le cunoaștem limba. Și respectiv, odată ce cunoști limba, e un pas deja spre activitatea în continuare. Părinții, cumva, starea emoțională a părinților se transmite copiilor, da? Și dacă părintele cumva apucă așa copilul și strânge la piept și zice nu te temi, nu te temi, respectiv copilul se teme. Sunt situații când părinții atât de emoțional sunt afectați, noi mai întâi trebuie să lucrăm cu părinții cumva și apoi să trecem la copii, da? Și dacă vedem că nu putem să intervenim la moment și n-are rostul, noi îl lăsăm pur și simplu pe părinte să se liniștească, să înțeleagă, să pună picioarele pe pământ și apoi respectiv începem să... Sau invers luăm, atât timp cât părintele este emoțional dezechilibrat, noi lucrăm cu copilul și ea cumva să acomodează situația.
Și în momentul dat sunt părinți care spun, poate să vă cuprind, poate să, da, mulțumesc mult pentru acordul care l-ați dat, ajutor. Pentru că acești părinți este important doar să stai să-l asculți. Unii părinți sunt care, da, depinde iarăși de categorii. Să înțelegem că nu toți vin aici, vin cei care au nevoie.